So this is my Doom 2016 Ultra Nightmare playthrough. I'm not the best player at all. It took me a long time to get through this, and I finally just buckled down. But if I can do it, I think pretty much anybody can do it. So I'm just going to provide some commentary. This was an attempt at a 100% run that was denied to me by the last challenge, not succeeding for some reason, killing two Barons with one shot. I'm not sure what happened, but we'll get there. So this first arena fight, I think it's not too bad, but you got to keep moving. I like to drop down here and double punch this zombie and then shoot the barrel to kill that one. There's a static spawn possessed soldier right up there on this ridge. Those two imps are random spawns, so they won't always be there. It didn't really matter in this case, but the main objective here is just to keep moving. I like to blow up the barrels whenever I see them because just getting them out of the way is a good thing. Otherwise, stray shots can cause them to blow up. You can take a lot of damage because you don't have the upgrades yet. Otherwise, the name of the game here is just to keep moving. You will see me do glory kills. I don't do glory kills as often later on, especially in the middle of a hectic fight. The mid-tier and upper-tier enemy glory kill animations are very long. The glory kill runes are really good, and I think I level them up in this playthrough, but I only use them from time to time. And most top players will not recommend that you do glory kills, because they set you up for situations like that where you just take unnecessary damage. Okay, so we're clean that up. We're going to go ahead and grab the key card and the first Doom Guy secret. And then after this, we're going to pick up the grenade, but I like to use the pistol to finish these guys off. It's tempting to just chuck the grenade down there, but then you're waiting on the recharge for the next couple of rooms. And it's really easy to just use the pistol and go for headshots here. So this room right here, I just chuck a grenade to clear it, and then there's another grenade pickup so you're ready for the next fight. Grab the auto map, and the first armor upgrade is right up here, and we are always going to pick the environmental damage reduction. That is by far the biggest contributor to unintentional deaths in Ultra Nightmare, so you want to upgrade environmental resistance and reduce self-damage and barrel immunity as soon as possible. These imps are random. They're pretty easy. I think there's two, maybe three that show up. I took an unintentional hit there. Like I said, I'm not always the best player. The zombies are kind of sneaky because their goofy animations can result in you missing melee attacks sometimes. So 99 times out of 100, it's just an easy pop. But coming up right here, these are two statics, so I check the grenade right there at the bottom of that crate, and then I shoot this one in the face, and then the next three are random. In this case, they show up next to the barrel here, so it's just an easy kill. And then the last one, I think, spawns up top, or maybe I go up top and it spawns down below. Yeah, there it is. And then we're going to grab this secret lever here and go into the first secret. I like to use the grenade. I kind of run around here waiting for it to recharge and just looking for stuff. I like to use a grenade up against the column here to kill one and then point blank kill the other one. That reduces the number of soldiers to 2 from 4. If you miss and you screw that up, these guys can be kind of dangerous. They're going to start popping disco balls at you, and I've seen plenty of people that have died here. I've died here before, embarrassingly enough. But you don't ever want to skip it because the armor upgrade is so good. You could maybe just run past the enemies, but, you know, I'm trying to kill everything. And I haven't looked up into what constitutes a 100% run, but I don't do any sequence breaks. I don't try to avoid any fights. In fact, I try to kill everything that you're supposed to kill. So we're going to grab the data log here. I don't need the armor, but I did need some ammo and some health. So first upgrade bot, always grenade launcher, explosive shot, whatever you want to call it. And then I like to spend my first point on speedy recovery for the faster cooldown. And for this fight, I like to chuck the grenade for the zombies. And what I've started doing is just pressing forward here. There's a couple of static spawns. It's risky, as you'll see right there, where I dodge some disco balls. But I've been consistently able to do this with this sort of aggressive style. If you're not comfortable doing that, hang back by the upgrade bot and just let him come to you. I've played through this level probably 100 times, literally 100 times, maybe more, maybe a little bit less, probably more. So, you know, you get a little impatient. The next spawn up here, it's random, I think, all within this area. You just try to kill them as soon as they spawn like this. I think I do take some unnecessary damage here, but there's enough armor pickups that it's not a big deal. After this, we're going to grab the Doomgeist secret, which will finish the secrets for this level. And then we're going to grab the armor upgrade and prepare for the final fight for the level. I have a couple of things to say about this fight. It's challenging. I haven't found an aggressive strategy to pay off. So what I do is I clear this area, and then I'll go under the tunnel and blow up a couple of barrels to kill a few more enemies. And then I'll just fall back and play this section. I don't know what you call it. It's not a corner, but I'll just hang back in this kind of safe pocket and pick off whatever comes. Every time I've tried to be more aggressive in this section, I've always paid for it. You can see one of my gravestones from just being sloppy earlier. Anyways, I've always paid for it trying to be aggressive here. There's just so many barrels, and the zombie soldiers are at all kinds of different elevations. And it's just a really hazardous area to try to push forward into. You have to climb up, which leaves you in a vulnerable state, and you have to go past barrels, which are in sort of precarious positions that stray zombie shots will trigger. So I like to play it a little safer. You know, it's the last fight of the first level, so you know, you're far enough in that it's kind of annoying if you die here. So and that's going to wrap up the level. On to level 2, which is, I would say, the hardest level in the game. The first fight at the not the first fight in the bridge area, but the first Gore Nest is one of the hardest fights in the game. So the second level is the real gatekeep for Ultra Nightmare. It's got 3 very difficult fights, and you don't have a lot of options, and you won't have any health upgrades yet. So the first fight, I mean, the first fight took me many times before I could get through it. I don't know, it's probably like 5 or 6 attempts where I died. And then even after that, it was, you know, I wouldn't always be able to get through it. Sometimes I would die. And, you know, of course, later on, you get a little more consistent. My real advice is, you know, be smart. You know, like right here, what am I doing? Well, I'm killing these static spawns imps, yes, but I'm going for the combat challenges on these first possessed so that I can upgrade the second shotgun upgrade, which is going to be the instant grenade launcher. That's really important. The AoE bonus is just a nice to have, and really, it's so that you can get the mastery, because the grenade launcher mastery is really good as well. So you can start progressing that. Bigger AoE is just kind of whatever. You should be getting direct hits, not relying on AoE. AoE is usually just going to stagger stuff. And a lot of times, you know, you're on the move. You don't have time to take extra shots against that staggered demon. You want to blow it up with the first shot. So Anyways, we're going to go to the secret here just to get the secret for the combat challenges and for our completion. I don't know if I ever go back and get that armor or not. Sometimes I do, if I take some damage. But I don't know if I do in this run. So I'm going to drop down. You can see all the deaths. I think those are deaths from, I don't know, maybe getting killed by a zombie or something. I didn't check. But anyways, yep. Okay, so we got the 2-for-1. And then I'm going to go ahead and get the instant load for the grenade launcher. Very important. And this is all static spawn stuff. So we're going to go up here. We're going to get the secret. The real thing that's worth talking about is the upcoming fight in the lockdown room. One thing I will say is be careful on this jump here. I don't know if I've ever died. Maybe once. Maybe once I got sloppy and I died there. But I've seen so many tombstone markers from other players, especially in the early days when the game first came out. Right here, I used to throw a grenade to kill these two zombies or to put them into a staggered state. But I learned that you can just use a grenade launcher to do it. You don't need to put your grenade on cooldown, which means you're not waiting for it to come back up. You really want to have a grenade ready going into this fight here because you can immediately pick up the other grenades. You can double grenade, and that's what I'm going to do. Be careful with this exploding zombie, by the way. You want it to kind of take a step back. Okay, so I'm just going to chuck a grenade, grab the pickup, chuck another grenade. And the first wave of this is pretty easy, as you'll see here. There's not too much here. What's actually difficult is when you start finishing the regular zombies, that will trigger the second wave. And the second wave is much harder. And you'll see that I actually go back into a corner, and I don't play this all that smart. I take a lot of incoming fire. I mean, I don't die, I don't get hit that much, but getting tucked back there is not the best way to do this. I would say the best way to do this is keep jumping across the bridge. I say bridge, I don't know what you call it, the chasm. I think that triggered the second wave. I heard a noise there, and I thought it was a spawn. It wasn't. I think that was a wasted grenade, too. I get a little sloppy when I get spooked. You know, there's not a lot of... You don't have a lot of health. There's not a lot of room for error. One or two stray shots, especially from imps latching on to some of those columns, that can just end your run right there. So you got to be careful. But we cleaned it up okay here. Of course, most people know about hitting the button to stop the machine so that you can climb up top and get the armor. But, you know, in case you don't know about that, I'll demonstrate that here, and then we'll grab the chainsaw. So one thing I'll say about this fight coming up is that you can play it really safe and just hang back in the room with the chainsaw. And that's how I used to do it most of the time. It was really only when I started trying to push for completion and had to replay this mission another, 10, 15 times, however many times it took me, that I started being a little more aggressive like this. So if you want to be more aggressive to reduce your playtime on it because you just get tired of it, you can use this as a guide. And then one thing I figured out, I know this is kind of obvious, is that you can use those crates and jump up on the tracks and skip the little section down there. Now, you might want to go down there if you want the armor, but something about waiting for the little train and the little elevator thing, I just don't like it, and I've seen where it's clipped people's bodies and killed them. So anyways, it's important to go into this Gore Nest fight with full health and full armor if you can, and we've done that here. And so you want to go in and just use your pistol, glory kill, whatever, to kill all these zombies. You don't want them in the fight. Take the time. I'm going to showcase, I wouldn't call it a safe spot, but I'm going to showcase a refuge point. I don't know. It's not safe, but it's a great place to play this Gore Nest if you take some damage. And you're going to see me do a couple of these static spawns right here. So right over the railing is that first imp, and then point blank the one that spawns. And then usually you can take out a couple of here, whether you're using the barrels or just sniping them with the rocket, or not the rocket, grenade launcher. I would normally just keep running around the arena, but I take damage right here. And it looked like he was charging to me. I was kind of surprised I got hit, but I got spooked because I only got 60 health. So I fell back to this under catwalk area. And this is a really good spot to do this fight. In fact, this is a way to make this fight much more easy, much more consistent. You can run and hide here when you take some damage. You'll see me almost die because I miss a shotgun shot and an imp swipes at me. But, you know, I think the video speaks for itself that, you know, just play better than me, and this spot is amazing. You just hang out here, and, you know, it's not 100%, but you think I would have survived this if I was just running the catwalks? I don't think so. Not with 60 health and so many spawns left. So just a good example of a way to play the Gore Nest. Some people skip it. I don't like to skip it. I feel like this is a rite of passage. You need to be able to get through this Gore Nest fight. If you can beat this Gore Nest fight, then you can beat Ultra Nightmare. There is no fight in Ultra Nightmare that is harder than that fight when you take into context your options, okay? There are some really crazy arena fights in Lazarus Labs, for example, in Vega, the whatever that level is called, the Vega level, right before the last level. But you have tools to deal with them. You've got hologram, you've got rune upgrades, you've got double jump, you've got weapons, you've got weapon masteries. You don't have any of that for this fight. This fight is your shotgun, your grenade launcher, hopefully, and that's it. You don't even have double jump. You don't have that kind of mobility. So if you can beat this consistently, you can get through Ultra Nightmare. It's just a matter of practicing and, in my opinion, having good hotkeys for your weapons. I didn't end up using the super shotgun too much, but super shotgun is one that I bound. Gauss cannon is a must bind. It's awkward as hell to try to get that with your by reaching over to your number keys. So rebind that, rebind your chain gun. I'm just grabbing secrets here. Most of you guys probably know about these, but there's the plasma rifle secret. There is the Praetor suit upgrade secret. The only thing that's annoying is there's a lot of backtrack required to get all these secrets. So that can make it frustrating if you keep replaying these levels because you die, which you probably will. I mean, you may be better than me. It might not take you 7 years off and on, but you're probably going to die a bunch and replay this level a bunch. And it's not easy, and the backtracking sucks. Even if you skip some of the stuff. And the thing is even the players that skip a lot of this content for speed runs or whatever, because, you know, they're just trying to beat Ultra Nightmare. They don't care about trying to get 100% completion or whatever, like I was trying to do. You still need to do these secrets because you need the weapon points, because you need those weapon upgrades as soon as you can get them. Later on, you can skip stuff because you don't need it, but early on, you need it. And a little later on, yeah, so Stun Bomb, of course, I think that's number one. You need a good tool to deal with possessed security in both this level and level 3. And Stun Bomb is your best tool. I don't think the Heat Blast is all that great. And the reason Heat Blast itself is good, but the Plasma Rifle sucks. It's a shitty gun, just like the Assault Rifle by itself is a shitty gun. The Assault Rifle with the Micro Missiles upgrade is great, but the Assault Rifle by itself is garbage. I mean, you know, you use it here to do this other fight because you don't have any other options, but it sucks. The Plasma Rifle sucks because the projectile's tiny. So building up a Heat Blast is like using a kind of crappy weapon when you could be using rocket launchers, chain gun, Gauss cannon, or your grenade launcher and shotgun. So this fight right here, I've done this fight a bunch. This was another dick check fight. And, you know, when I've gotten this far, I've beaten the second gore nest. I just like to hang back and kill these guys. Even if I'm not the most efficient at it, it's just a more consistent way. I will hang back and fight these imps from range. I'll use the plasma rifle. I'll use the assault rifle. I'll refill with a chainsaw when I need one, and I'll thin these numbers out. And then I'll go grab the berserk. In all the playthroughs where I've run forward, it just gets too chaotic. And there's a lot of weird things that'll happen where you'll get stuck on the geometry of the map. You won't vault over edges that you're trying to vault over, and that's a death sentence. If you start trying to make jumps and you're not making them because you're in berserk mode or whatever, that'll kill you. So you clear a lot of this stuff, pick up berserk, take this imp out that spawns, take that security out, and then just go on a rampage. And there's going to be some stuff that's left, but not too much. And you'll see, I tried to make a jump up an edge there. Something about Berserk makes the jumps a little more unreliable, at least in my experience. Maybe it's my imagination, I don't know, but I've had that problem. A lot of people don't like the Berserk power-up because you don't have your guns. I get that. But I use it in pretty much every mission that's an option. It's especially good because it works with Glory Kill runes. And later on in this playthrough, I take advantage of that with Glory Kill speed for one. I mean, that's the really brain dead obvious one to use. Just pause the game, slot in Glory Kill speed, whether you took the time to upgrade it or not. It's an excellent rune. In fact, Glory Kill speed is a rune that I think is a contender for a rune to just use throughout your run. Most of the other ones I don't think are worth it, but Glory Kill speed, you can make an argument that it's always useful to have that. It certainly makes Glory Kills in general more viable to use even in the middle of a fight. So there's another Doomguy secret in case people didn't know about that one. And there's another one in the level. But anyway, back to Glory Kills. The other rune that is good for when you're in Berserk is the bigger Glory Kill range rune. That one allows you to get really nutty, especially if you upgrade it. You'll start teleporting all over the map. It gets really goofy, and at one point later in the campaign, I think it was like Vega level maybe, it gets really, really nuts. And I'm teleporting all over the place and kind of losing track of where I'm at, so you kind of have to be careful. Anyways, there's a couple more imps that spawn right here. They're no big deal. I think it's only 3. So you just wait for them to show up and pick them off. You don't even have to be a good shot. And then there's a static one that spawns right here. He's a great target practice. You can just pop him one shot like that. The rest of this mission's easy, as long as you play safe. I get a little sloppy and take some damage, and then I have to take a detour. Right here, this part is actually not that easy, because you got to deal with possessed security, and these guys will shoot disco balls at you. So I usually like to have some grenades ready, and of course a shotgun grenade launcher, and then of course you use your stun gun on your plasma rifle. And as you can see, I messed that up. I tried weapon switching and stuff like that to finish off the possessed security guard guy. I should have just dumped the plasma rifle into him while he was still stunned. But that's okay. There's a data log right here, not inside this little control room, but off to the side. It's one that's easy to miss if you're going for full completion, so I'm going to pick that up right there. Again, just play safe here. There's no reason to take risks like I do. Most of the time I get through here really easily. I can't even remember what I took damage doing. I was probably just getting too sloppy. Leading up to this run... Take damage here? No, it's not here. There we go. I got smacked by a frickin' zombie that I didn't notice. I've died to that possessed security right there before. Back before I was getting the plasma rifle stun upgrade. So just a heads up. I do save weapon points from here on out because my next objective is micro missiles on the assault rifle, and that's what I focus going into level 3. But at this point, I believe it's all the enemies of the map. Oh no, there's this extra room. Forgot about that. Possessed security guards, some trash zombies, and an imp. The imp likes to hide off in the room over there, though. I may have killed him already. Nope, there he is, and I took damage. That's right. I'm glad I mentioned that. That imp, usually you'll kill him with a grenade or a stray grenade launcher from the shotgun, but every once in a while he'll surprise you like he just did there. And so now I got to do this boring, 2-3 minute detour to go pick up some health, and I think I get some armor. I'm not sure. Maybe I decided not to get the armor. But anyway, that's level 2. And if you can get this far, you can beat it. I mean, there's some challenging gore nests in level 3 for sure. But if you're comfortable in level 2, level 3 is not too bad, especially if you go in a specific order. I go in a specific order that I'm going to demonstrate in level 3. And then I would say the hardest fight, one of the hardest fights in the game, is the final ventilation room fight. But if you know where some of those static spawns are in that fight, which I learned from another YouTuber, I'll mention him in the comments and the description. If you know where some of those guys spawn, you can really stay on top of it and it's not so bad. But if you don't know that, if you just go into it, just whatever, and you don't know where some of the static spawns are, you'll get overwhelmed pretty easily. It's a tough fight. I've died on it probably 5 or 6 times, and it sucks. But anyways, level 2, we'll be going into level 3.
Welcome to the UNC's lab.
This is the last Doomguy secret, by the way. Most people playing already know this, but I just thought I'd mention it. And now you get the 3-4 minute, I don't know, I haven't timed it, but the obnoxiously long exposition sequence, which also drops your frame rate down into 60, which is kind of annoying. Something I've noticed.
If you can withstand the power surge. That is pure Argent energy you've just taken into your system. It seems to agree with you. I will unlock the remaining Argent cells within the facility for you. Vega, give him what he wants.
61,337 UAC members deceased. 81% of the facility is on lockdown. Demonic presence through the Mars installation is critical. According to the records, Dr. Hayden, the invasion originated in the Lazarus facility. It seems that a hell wave was activated, transforming 64% of all UAC employees into the creatures you see roaming throughout the facility. The rest were killed by the demons released from their holding cells by Olivia Pierce.
I feel I should apologize for what's happened here. Some of my employees took things too far. Olivia was the cause of all this, and I believe you will have to deal with her in time. You may not agree with our research, but know this. We exploited Hell and its resources because it was in mankind's best interest to do so. What you now see in this facility is the cost of progress. but none of that matters now.
There is an emergency in the foundry. The regulators have been destroyed and the core temperatures are now destabilizing.
They've overrun the adjacent facility. If the venting turbines aren't re-engaged, neither of us will survive the meltdown.
So let's talk about level 3. Level 3 is difficult. I don't think it's as bad as level 2. It's also one of the coolest and most fun levels in the game, in my opinion, which is rare. Lava levels usually kind of suck, right? There's, I don't know, there's like a vibe to it that's just not as fun as like a forest level or whatever. You know, I'm just speaking really generically. It does need some practice. It's got some hard fights, especially the final fight. The ventilation room, whatever you want to call it, that arena, that's tough. So I'm going to walk you through that when we get there. But if you stick to a specific order of operations and which gore nest you do when, I think this level's not too bad. I like to make sure and grab the Argent cell early because it's really easy to get to. So what we're going to do here is we're going to start off and we're just going to get the first combat challenge. So I don't even mess with the death from above on the possessed soldiers yet. You can easily do that in the secret level area. What's really important is to round these zombies up and get the challenge to kill 3 zombies with 1 barrel. And you just kind of do like this. I mean, you know, be careful so you don't get hit. And if one gets too far ahead, you can stun it with a punch. But just round them up, boom. Okay, important because we want to get micro missiles this level. There are opportunities to get the micro missiles challenge completed to unlock infinite micro missiles, which we're going to pick up right here on the first upgrade bot. But I'm not really consistent in being able to do that. There's a couple areas you can do it. There's some other videos on YouTube where somebody does it. I've not been consistent, and I think in this playthrough I don't actually get it until the next level where there's a guaranteed spot that you can get it. But anyways, you just play careful up here. There's an opportunity right here to get a death from above kill, so I take that here. And there's a little short platforming section with only 1 enemy, and there's an armor suit upgrade right here, which is actually not a secret, but it is easy to miss if you're not paying attention. And then there is a secret armor pickup. So we're going to grab the armor. Then we're going to grab the arm, not the key card. It's kind of a key card, but it's the arm to get access to the gore nest. There's a static spawn imp right here. Really easy to kill. This gore nest, I would say, is... it's pretty easy. I mean, I don't want to oversell the ease of it. I accidentally backtracked too much here. Because you can die. I mean, it's got 2 or 3 Hellraisers that spawn all on a pretty flat plane. It's got some barrels you need to watch out for, so I think I bust them all early on. Static spawn imp right here, static spawn imp over there, and right there, I believe. I think those are all static. And then they just kind of pop in. They don't really overwhelm you here, but you do need to be careful because there's not a lot of places to hide from the imps. So you just kind of have to keep going. Hellraisers are not difficult enemies at all, but you do have to be careful. Because if you underestimate them and you're not paying attention, they can laser you pretty hard. But as you see there, it's not a difficult gore nest. And it's got an armor pickup, which I think we're going to skip for now and just leave it there as a backup. After this, I like to go ahead and head towards the Argent cell. That Hellraiser spawns after the Gore Nest. There's several spawns on this mission that are triggered. We're gonna go... Do I go down here first? Maybe I do. Maybe I clear this first. I don't always choose to clear this first. Sometimes I get the Argent Cell. I had full health and high armor, so I think I went ahead and took the risk. This is a pretty easy fight. There's a couple security guard guys. The only thing got to be careful of right here is disco balls from the soldiers up there. Like the one that I just... no, I didn't dodge it. It took my armor off. And then, of course, when you grab the key card here, you spawn some additional enemies. There's a Hell Knight that's going to spawn here that you need to be ready for. You can chainsaw or stun, but you need to be ready for him. He's going to spawn right up around here after the imp. Right there. Oh, he doesn't teleport in. He jumps over. I forgot. But and then further up the catwalk section, whatever you want to call it, there's a possessed security guard. You do not want to get pinned between the possessed security guard and the Hell Knight. I've been there, I've done that, I've died. It sucks dying here because then you got to repeat level 2. There's an armor pickup right up here that I'm going to grab. It's a little tricky to get. There's also a Doom Guy secret right down here, so we're going to grab that. And then I'm going to grab the armor pickup right here. It can take you a couple of tries to get this. But it's just a nice little survivability gain. And then I think I'm going to take a left here and go for the secret room. I was unlocking some micro missile upgrades. It doesn't really matter what order you pick them, in my opinion. None of them are all that great by themselves. I think instant load is a good one. But we're going to try to unlock it as soon as we can. This is not really an arena fight. It's just some static imps that come in, and then you can just pick off these possessed soldiers. And then there's a couple of imps that are going to spawn in by the Argent Cell. And sometimes you may want to, I mean, it's really up to your playstyle, but sometimes I'll hold off on the Argent Cell until I need a health upgrade because you get a health refill. And I think this goes without saying, but the first 2, perhaps 3 to 4 Argent Cells, you want to go towards health. Some players advocate that you do all of them towards health. Okay. And then that guy, he only spawns right there over that edge if you picked up the, not the key card, but the, no, I'm sorry, the yellow key card, When you pick up the yellow key card, that triggers that Hell Knight to spawn. And then I'm going to go in here, and I believe I'm going to go ahead and finish up the combat challenge for Death from Above. And this is just a great area. There's so much ammo in here. There's armor pickups, there's health pickups. So in many playthroughs, in between Gore Nests, I'll run back in here and just pick up ammo and health. This is the only secret level that is of any magnitude like this, and I think it's one of the first ones that they created. Later on in the run or the campaign, they get really lazy, and the secret levels just turn into one tiny room, which is a reference to a level in the original Doom. I was a little disappointed in that, actually. I mean, I love Doom 2016, don't get me wrong, but I was a little disappointed when I went through the rest of the game to see that the secret rooms were not as deep as this one. Some of them don't even have any significant power-ups. Like level 4s. Level 4s is the start of when they get really weak sauce. But that's okay. So I believe I'm going to go ahead to the second Gore Nest, which is here. This one, the Gore Nest itself is probably the easiest one by far. There's not many enemies. But this fight before the Gore Nest is actually pretty challenging. There's a Hell Knight here. I like to chainsaw him, and I think I do here, or maybe not. No, I went for stuns, and I just finished him off. It looks like I missed my grenade there, unfortunately. and he went out of stagger, and of course they regained some health. That was an error on my part. And I actually got a little close to dying here. I forgot about this. It got hectic. I think I got swiped by an imp. Yep. Didn't even pick up the armor. This was a bit of sloppy play on my part. But it's not too bad of a fight. It's really that Hell Knight. And I think that I thought I hit the Hell Knight with the grenade launcher from the shotgun. And then realized, oh wait, I missed that. I need to try to finish him off before he comes out of staggered. But it's okay. So I usually clear these guys first so they don't harass you. And then I go up to the next Argent cell, which is right up here. And I think this gives us barrel immunity. Yep. Barrels of fun. Okay. So now we're cooking. And again, this gore nest is really easy. The nice thing about this gore nest is the Hell Knight doesn't spawn until you're ready for him. So you can kind of hang back. Those imps are static. Then you come over here and there's a Hellraiser. There's a possessed there's a second Hellraiser. There's a possessed zombie soldier that comes walking down the stairs. And then there's the Hell Knight that shows up when you go up the stairs. So really this is very easy for Nest. But, you know, getting to here is a moderately challenging fight. Because you get trapped in that narrow tunnel. You see how that Hell Knight got yeeted off there? That has happened to me on some playthroughs, by the way. It's very frustrating. It didn't happen in this run. But I've been yeeted off in the Argent Tower mission a couple of times, and you know, if that happens, you can pause the game and just Alt F4, and you won't lose your run. And, you know, I mean, you can decide for yourself. So this guy right here spawns after you pick up that blue key card. And I like to seek him out, because if you don't, he'll come find you at some inconvenient times. And he always spawns there by the upgrade bot. But he doesn't always come charging towards you. Sometimes he just sort of hangs around in the room. It's very strange. So this is a location that I've seen some players get the micro missile mastery. I've never been able to consistently get it to work because I just suck at being accurate with micro missiles, so I don't go for it here. But there is the rocket launcher secret in this area, and I always like to pick that up before the last gore nest. Or actually, second to the last gore nest. Because we haven't done the one in the blue keycard room. The blue keycard room gore nest used to be really tough, in my opinion, but I came up with a pretty consistent approach to it, which I'll demonstrate, and I think it's one of the easier. I would say the one we just did is like a 1 out of 5 on difficulty. The first one we did in the mission is like maybe a 2 out of 5 or a 2.5, just because you can screw up and get nailed with the confined quarters. This one that we're about to do over the ironworks, I would say is a 3.5 out of 5 in difficulty, maybe a 4. If you're not comfortable jumping over these gaps, it's a little sketchy, and there's not a lot of room to navigate here. This is also why you want to deal with that Hell Knight that we killed over by the upgrade bot, because sometimes if you don't, he'll just show up in the middle of you doing all this, and that can be unpleasant. So I'm not sure where that Hell Knight came from. I don't understand the spawning tables in this map very well, because we killed the 2 that I know that are triggered from key cards. I don't know where he came from. There's another one that we'll do after we do the final gore nest as well that gets triggered. And I don't remember if the one we just fought was that one. This is an armor pickup right here. It's not actually a secret, but I mean, it's kind of a secret because it's sort of out of the way, but the game doesn't classify it as a secret. You do need to be careful there. I have died there. It's very frustrating. So there's a static spawn imp to the left of this gore nest here, which I always kill first, and then there's another one to the right, and I'll kill him second. And then I'll usually just kind of gauge what's going on here, and then jump over, and then take the rest of the fight from here. And as long as you keep moving, it's not too bad. Rocket launcher on the floor is really good here. Man, those disco balls. The possessed soldiers are a serious threat in this game in multiple maps. I don't think they should ever be taken lightly. You know, no, they're not as high priorities like a Cacodemon, but I think they're a bigger threat than the imps are. Just because the disco balls. Okay, so we're going to go to the last gore nest here. This is really easy if you stay down here. There's two static spawn imps. One here to the left that comes in, which I missed, and then another there to the right. And then there's a collection of things upstairs, but they're pretty easy to kill if you just play the elevation, where you can just go downstairs and pop back up. When you clear this stuff out, there's going to be a Hell Knight that's going to spawn in. Right there. And you can chainsaw them and then just go ahead and pick up chainsaw fuel. You always want to complete the gore nests, or I should say, you want to make sure that you have some chainsaw fuel before you go into the last fight, because there's a double Hell Knight spawn in the second wave, and it's just nice to have a chainsaw for that, because it can be a bit overwhelming. So if you go upstairs and you go out this door right here, this triggers some additional zombies, regular zombies, and some imps. If you play this right, you can actually unlock the micro missile mastery right here and get it early, which is great for the final room. I think I failed to do that here because I think I forgot that I didn't actually have the final upgrade unlocked. No, I did. I guess I just failed to trigger it there. But that is a spot that you can do it. And if you can, it's great, because then you can go into the last level, or I'm sorry, the last fight, and have that upgrade, which is huge. I mean, the micro missile, infinite micro missiles is incredible. It really doesn't fall off until chain gun and Gauss cannon, and even then I still use it. So what I'm doing is I'm looking for the final Hell Knight, because usually that fight that we do right there, the blue gore nest, and going that route where we spawn those extra imps and zombies, usually that lures a final Hell Knight. But what happened is that was the Hell Knight that surprised us at the Ironworks gore nest. Okay, so there's a static spawn right here, so you want to kill him, and then there's this static spawn right here. Go up the stairs, kill this static spawn Hellraiser, and this is going to put you in a really good position to finish off the first wave. There is a single Hell Knight as part of the first wave that's going to show up. Don't use the chainsaw on him, because in the second wave you're going to have to deal with two Hell Knights at once. And usually you're going to have to deal with that while you're still finishing off some imps. And I think we go into the second wave after this Hellraiser. And there's a couple of more static spawns that I'm aware of. Yep, it starts right now. Go over here, down on the bottom, there's a static spawn imp right there. If you go after these static spawn imps in the way that I showed, and I'm sure there's more. I mean, this is not like some pro, mastery demonstration here, but just what I've shown you here, it makes this fight so much easier. The old way I used to do this was just run around like a chicken with my head cut off and just hope for the best. It was pretty scary. So, okay, double Hell Knights are up, so I just went ahead and killed one of them right there, and now we've just got this guy all by himself. So much easier having one Hell Knight to deal with. And did we finish up the level there, or do we have some stragglers? I think that's it. Yeah, okay, so that's level 3. It was a really intimidating level when I first started. You do need to be careful here. Just past the final Praetor suit upgrade, there's an exposition with Olivia. And after she's done, there's some easy spawns that come in. But if you walk away to take a leak or whatever, you stop paying attention because this is an unskippable little cutscene here, you can die. Now, it hasn't happened to me, but I've seen it. I've seen tombstone markers, so just a warning. Anyways, that's level 3. On to level 4.
She is trying to tear open the portal between our world and theirs.
You could not have saved them anyway.
The system won't allow anyone but Olivia to override it now. We will have to shut down the Argent Tower manually from the surface.
Okay, level 4.
Olivia is using the tower.
Level 4 is easy, in my opinion, with the caveat that going for the death from above kill on the Hell Knights adds some significant risk. Okay, there's, I think, 4, maybe 5. It's definitely 4, might be 5, could even be 6, but it's at least 4 Hell Knights that are going to spawn. You need to get death from above kills on 2. I'm not aware of any way to get them reliably without jumping off of a crate or something, because you don't have double jump yet. So go pick up that armor, which is not actually a secret, but it's nice to have. And then just be careful here. A lot of people die here for some reason. I've never failed this jump, so I'm not sure why. But you're going to jump over here. Your first rune option is over here. There's 2 runes on this level. And I don't know that I did it in this run, but if you need to, you can seek out the Glory Kill Stagger Duration rune to help you with the Hell Knight Death from Above kills. Now, I like to get the Death from Above kill on the first Hell Knight. That can be tricky. I have died on it before, and I think you might even see my tombstone when I clear the first fight area. The first fight is challenging. I mean, it's not crazy hard because you've got a lot of options, but it's easy to mess it up. It's also a great place to pick up the mastery for the micro missiles. So I'm going to go ahead and grab vacuum for now, and then we're just going to proceed forward. The secret level is right up at the start of this level, and we're going to grab that straight away. It's one of the worst secret levels in the game in terms of it. There's almost no content. It's right there next to the data log. But there's almost no content. And there's not really many pickups either. It's the little +1 armor pickups. I think there might be a couple of health pickups too. Just be aware, if you take the fight out this front door, not through here in the secret, but the front door we're about to go through, and then you come back in here, all the spawns are in here. So right here, you can get your micro missile mastery right here. You can just throw all your missiles, and I think I pick it up. Yep, there we go. Sometimes it's a little delayed. Be careful about the security guards. They'll kill you. I've died to them before on previous runs years ago, but it happened. The Hell Knight's going to spawn at the end of... Not at the very end, because there's still going to be some imps, but the Hell Knight's going to spawn when you clear the first major wave. So we're going to finish off these imps here and get ready, because the Hell Knight's coming. And so what I always try to do is I try to just run them around a bit. You do have to be careful because they're good at leading you. You also want to be careful about getting overkill. Again, not everybody does this. I tend to go for this guy because he's not too bad, but you got to be careful with the overkill because you need him to be staggered near this this crate here. Okay, so I think we go ahead and get it. Yep. And as you see, you don't have much time. So you've got to be near the crate, you got to be ready for it, and again, a lot of people skip this, but this is an attempt at 100% challenge run. So next up, this level really opens up. There's an upgrade bot nearby. There is an Argent cell that's not too difficult to get. There's a suit upgrade nearby. I think what I prefer to do is go down here and pick up the upgrade bot for the rocket launcher and to get the remote detonation, because it's just such a strong upgrade. And it sets you up to do well for the rest of the level. I don't stick to a very strict or specific order of operations on this map, except I do tend to put off the final fight in the IC research room, whatever you call that area. That fight is the first appearance of summoners, and it can be challenging. This fight right here, the pre-Gore Nest clear, it's not too bad, but just keep in mind, it'll actually respawn under certain conditions. So just be aware of that. If you go back and do a bunch of the level, and then you come back here without having cleared the Gore Nest, you'll have to re-clear this. Which, I mean, you know, it's neither here nor there, just a little piece of info. So we're going to go for the Argent Cell upgrade here. This is just a small static spawn-in fight. Some of these guys are going to teleport in. It's really easy to take care of. And I think I take ammo here. I'm not sure. Sometimes I mixed it up. Sometimes I do health, and then ammo. I may have just gone for additional health here because I died a couple of times. Yeah, I guess I died too many times. I was experimenting with picking up ammo. I definitely like to get ammo in Argent Tower, I believe, because that's when you start really missing your ammo, or just not having enough. You miss not having that upgrade. So if you notice, I haven't done the Gore Nests yet. So I think I pick up the armor. I haven't traded the Gore Nest because each of those Gore Nests comes with a Hell Knight or two. Okay, so this is a smaller Gore Nest, and I picked this one. I think it's just one Hell Knight. I can't remember. But it's really not a difficult Gore Nest. You know, you've got rocket launcher detonation now, so I think I took a swipe there. Oh yeah, I got surprised by a Hell Knight. I forgot about that. Yeah, he came up and took some of that armor off. I got a little spooked here, actually. Here I was saying it's not a hard fight. And, you know, again, you're taking risk in playing suboptimally going for the challenge here, because I'm trying not to kill the Hell Knight. I'm trying to run him around, clear the rest of the map so that I can get my DFA kill. And so I put him in stagger there, but I wasn't in a position to get the DFA. But, you know, as long as you can run away from him and not be too predictable with your movements, you can do that. So it was a little sloppy, and then here's a second Hell Knight right after that one. I think I was a little low on ammo, and my heart rate was coming down a bit. So in this playthrough, I didn't get the rune upgrade before I went for the Hell Knight glory kills, but it's absolutely an option. It's a good option. You know, if you really want to plan your run out and you don't want to die a whole bunch of times and play this level, you know, 20, 30 times like I have, and you're going for 100%, get the rune upgrade, equip it, get your glory kills on your Hell Knights. That glory kill duration is huge. It makes a huge difference. Those guys give you such a small window to get that kill. But if you've got the rune, it's no big deal. So I think we're going over here to get the super shotgun. And yeah, there's an imp over there. And sometimes it'll just kill itself. It's an odd spawn trigger. I don't think we see it again. And again, you know, super shotgun, man, I went into this run, I bound a hotkey for it because I was expecting to use it a lot. I really didn't. I mean, sometimes, sure. Sometimes after a plasma rifle stun, yeah, absolutely. It does have value. But I use the regular shotgun more. So I don't know if it's a Doom Eternal thing. Okay, this is an optional room right here. It's also another great place to get the micro missile upgrade if you didn't get it already. The only thing here is an upgrade bot, and you don't have any new weapons to get crucial upgrade bots. So I think this is the first of the truly redundant, skippable upgrade bots, if you're getting all the weapons as soon as you can. Because, all you're going to do here is get an alternate upgrade that we're not going to even bother putting points into anytime soon. And I don't use much upgrade switching in this campaign. I think there's maybe a mission or two where I kind of played with another gun just for funsies. But in general, you've got a set upgrade path that you're going to use, and you're not going to upgrade mod switch very often. At least I don't. There is a health recharge in this room too, and there's also a data log. So if you're going for 100%, something to keep in mind. It's an easy one to miss. Also a chainsaw fuel. But by this point in the game, I stopped using the chainsaw as strategically for kills, and I start just using it for ammo refills whenever I need it. So I end up with full ammo a lot or no ammo. It just kind of depends. I'm guessing a lot of players are like that. I don't manage it well in this playthrough. So going over here to the second rune, I am going to pick this rune up. I don't think we're going to end up using it. I can't remember in this playthrough. I did so many. This is just the one that was successful. I do know that in this playthrough, I experimented with leveling up a lot of these glory kill runes, just because there are other combat challenge missions with some tricky combat challenges, and it can be nice to have the glory kill duration rune for that. Argent Tower has the Imp glory kill, where the chiropractor combat challenge, which can be tricky because you want to get it in some of the platforming sections if you can, so that you're not desperately trying to complete it in the middle of a fight with Mancubi and other tough guys on you. Yeah, I think I equipped it here to level it up. I do a little backtracking in this level, so you'll have to excuse me there. This is the This is the start. Okay, and there you see the respawns that happen on this gore nest. It's no big deal. It's not a hard fight. Just something to be aware of if you didn't clear it before. I did pick up the shotgun mastery, as you've seen. So you can get some extra imp kills to help level that up. Shotgun mastery and the explosive shot is incredible. That extra hit from a direct damage is the difference between just staggering some targets and killing them outright, which is fantastic. It's such a good gun. And I'm going to go ahead and clear the gore nest here. There's a Hell Knight that always spawns static right there, so you can be ready for him. We don't need the glory kills anymore, so we don't have to, play around. We can just kill everything. I don't remember if this is a double Hell Knight gore nest or a single. I think it's a double, but I'm not 100%. Yeah, it's a double. There he is. I think I just chainsawed him. Didn't want to mess with it. So again, I do get all the secrets on this level, but I don't do it in the most organized, efficient manner. I just kind of remember where they all are, and then there's usually one on each run that I forget. Which is often this one, which is one of the most obvious ones. Okay, so for the first suit upgrade, I like going for the first suit upgrade after your barrel immunity, okay? Because that's always first. After that, you have a couple options. You can do power-ups or you can do equipment recharge. And I've done both. And they're both good. And okay, so going into the, I don't know what you call it, the ice room, there's a reasonably challenging fight right here. I always like to come up here. This is the best spot to clear this area out, is up on this bridge section. Take the little gravity riser, come up here, and then just play this bridge section right here and kill things as they come up. Easiest way to do this. And it's a great place to go to when you do the Gore Nest as well. Now you pick up the haste power up, you kill whatever you can kill, and then come up here for safety. Before I found this specific area and had played this through several times, I know that I died here at least twice. One of them I died because I was jumping all over the place like an idiot and I fell into the ice lava, whatever it's called. One of the secrets is over here, so sometimes I like to grab that before I do the Gore Nest. This is the auto map secret. Okay, so there's a couple of spawns over there across the bridge section there. And you can just lay waste to that with micro missiles or a grenade or whatever it is. And then I like to come up here and just grab the haste and go to my spot over here and just start killing stuff. It's really quite easy. And then there's actually a third fight here after you smash the energy collector. And that one can be challenging. I like to use a chainsaw on the... Oh, there's another Hell Knight. So I forgot. I think there's more like 6 Hell Knights here on this level. Maybe 7. Including the last one by the exit. But I like to use a chainsaw on the summoner when you smash the collector. You usually won't go into the animation for it, so it can be a little finicky. But I'll show you here in a minute. Back to the Argent suit upgrade discussion, though. I have decided that I prefer equipment recharge because the hologram is a game changer. It is so good. And it will save you and it will reduce deaths and you just need to get into the habit of using it. I don't really like the grenade. I don't, you know, it's kind of goofy to aim it, so I don't like using it or relying on it past the first 4 levels. Hologram and Siphon are a different story. Now that said, you can do power-up upgrade instead. Power-ups are great. Getting the health bonus, but more importantly, the extra duration is incredible. And I used to make a detour for the faster weapon switch, but I don't think I do that here. Yeah, so you just chainsaw right there, just like that, and then you don't have to deal with her. Otherwise, she starts teleporting all around, and you can get in trouble if she gets into a weird spot and you can't lock her down. But other than her, the rest of this fight's also really easy. It's just something to keep in mind that there are 3 fights in this room. So there's a little bit of an endurance round. But again, stay up here in the catwalks with the broken, or the catwalk with a broken bridge, and I think you'll be good. And then I think at this point, it's really just rounding up the remaining secrets and doing the final fight, and it's it. I mean, there's really not a whole lot of challenge left, you know, outside of maybe sloppy play. Yeah, I always forget something on this map. Every time. There's always some Praetor suit or something that I forget. I think in this one I also forgot to grab the audio log upstairs. So I go back to get that. At this point in the run, if you're able to get to this level and play this level well, I mean, you can definitely beat Ultra Nightmare.
You must
Level 6 is hard, and level 5 is hard, but they're not really that much harder. Level 6, I think, is really hard if you don't know the spawns. So I think there's a lot of value in, of course, practicing it with practice playthroughs,
unlimited energy resource.
but also just, you know, even watching a video to understand where some of the spawns are, what some of the power-up timings are, because the last two big fights in level 6, and, you know, we'll talk about it more when we get there, but the last two big fights in level 6 are really hard unless you grab the power-ups at the right time and you know when the spawns are. Okay, and I think we grabbed the last secret, which was the last Doom guy there.
Warning. Energy contamination at critical levels.
Spent decades perfecting the science, selling it to humanity. We balanced their hell energy with our science, making it usable and safe. We solved an energy crisis the world had no answer for. It works. You cannot do this.
And this is the last Praetor suit upgrade, I think, with a couple of imps. It's really no big deal. I've seen a tombstone here before, though. Maybe somebody with low health that got surprised by the imp. You know, it's funny because in the first level or two, whenever you see the tombstone, I don't know about you guys, but when I see it, I'm like, haha, sucker. You know what I mean? Like, like, yeah, you noob. But right around level 3 is when it's like, oh man, you know, that sucks. You know, you really start to feel for him. And then when you see a tombstone later on, it's just a salute, you know, F to pay respects. This gore nest is the last gore nest. It's also really easy. You just grab the berserker up there and hang out at that area by the last room, by the exit. You know, I get kind of scared of this disco ball soldier here, but once that's clear, you just grab the berserk power up as soon as you pop the gore nest, and you just kill the summoner and the hell knight instantly, and there's like hardly any spawns. So I just go here and then just boom, hell knight dead, summoner immediately spawns right in front of you, dead, kill the hellraiser. I think that's it. Yeah, it's really short. And then there's another final Praetor suit upgrade right here. And that's it. That's level 4. I really like the 2 charges of the equipment. It's so useful with the hologram. I delayed my quick switch. I used to not. I used to do that earlier, but I realized that my quick switching habits are not as crucial until around level 6. Level 6, level 7, I think, is when you really start getting into the like Doom Eternal style quick switching. Otherwise, I noticed that I really wasn't relying on it as much, and I just liked having the hologram sooner.
You have no idea what you have just done.
Or I should say the double hologram sooner, with a faster recharge.
I've detected her life signature at the Argent.
I'm sure there's more efficient ways to play it, though, because you don't actually get the hologram until the end of Argent Tower, I believe.
Well, that's it then. There's nothing else to be done.
So level 5 Argent Tower. This is a heavy platforming level where there's a lot of opportunities to die to platforming. And in fact, it's probably the most heavy platforming level in the game. It's also a really unique level. And the verticality of the final section is really cool. And I think it's some of the best game design that I've seen for an FPS. Right here, this is very easy to clear, but believe it or not, I died here because I got cute trying to get like glory kill challenge stuff done for one of the runes. And I jumped down too early and got killed by, I don't remember what it was. I think it was the exploding zombie. It's really embarrassing. I don't think I was recording then, but yeah, that was one of my really stupid deaths. To go from dying in the Spider Mastermind to dying right here, one of my most embarrassing Ultra Nightmare deaths, for sure.
Demonic presence eliminated. Lockdown disengaged.
Completed in 2127, based off a prototype developed by Samuel Hayden's research team. The Argent Tower, also known as the Argent Reductor, is the UAC's crowning achievement.
There's not really a whole lot to say about this area. There is a secret nearby that you do not want to miss. It's an Argent Cell. There's actually 2 Argent Cells on this level. So those are some big power spikes. Of course, there's the rune. The ammo boost rune. I think this is a good rune. I don't ever level it up or use it too much. But the BFG ammo unlock is very powerful if you choose to go with it. So I like to come up here, grab the armor pickup, and then we will head to the first secret, which is the Argent Cell. And you do need to be a little careful about how you approach it, because this is the route you want to take. I've seen people that have left tombstones because they tried to double jump up here. But the way that I just showed you, I think, is the game intended way to get to the secret. So just be careful. Not the platform that we're on here with the secret, but this platform right here. There's a specific way right there that the game wants you to get to it. And if you try from a lower level, there's a lot of tombstone markers from other players that tried that as well. So right here, heavy platforming section. Important for 100%. If you are going for combat challenges, this is a great place to pick up some of those imp glory kills from behind. You do need a little bit of patience, and you do need to be a little careful. But you'll see me try to lure some of these imps in, because you can get them to come to this structure that we're close to and then jump up there. So there's one, and we want to put him in a stagger state. And that's one of the reasons why it's really good to have the rune that extends the glory kill state. Because if you don't have that, this is much more difficult to do here. In this playthrough, I was able to get 3 of them done in just this section, which is fantastic. I usually aim to get at least 2 done here. And then in one of the platforming sections in the Argent Tower, there's several more opportunities with not solo imps, but, you know, like 2 at a time or something like that. So the second secret is actually up here. There's another upgrade bot and a data log, I believe. It's not super important that you get it because it's another redundant upgrade bot. But, you know, if you're going for completion, I like to do it. And also, here is probably the one spot in the game that I can think of where sometimes I'll switch to the tactical scope. Just for this spot, just in this mission. There's a Hell Knight coming up in this area right here. I don't remember if I chainsaw him. I don't think I do. You do need to be careful around here because there's a couple of surprise security guards. And that was an odd frag grenade that bounced back towards me. I'm not sure what happened there. I don't think zombie soldiers throw them back at you. That's the security guard you got to be careful of. I think one of my playthrough attempts way back around 2018, I died here. And I think it's one of the ones that maybe uninstall and quit attempting for a while. And there's also an armor pickup. Do not forget about it. It's the big armor pickup right here for plus 30. So it's really nice. It's not a secret, but it's a nice pickup. And we've already cleared everything. We've picked up all the secrets, so we're going to go ahead and jump across here. And there's another Argent suit upgrade secret right down here. I mentioned this before, but one thing to be careful of is sometimes the physics in this game will yeet you off the sides of some of this terrain. It hasn't happened to me here, but it's happened to me in the fight coming up. I didn't have to do it in this playthrough, but I will tell you that I did shamelessly just escape and kill the app. I mean, you know, I wasn't getting killed by a demon. I was just jumping somewhere and it just threw me off the map. And, you know, I ended up dying elsewhere in that campaign, so, you know, whatever. Because some people might consider that cheating. You know, it's really up to you whether or not you think that invalidates your run. You know, I think dying to a bug that just flings you off the map is ridiculous. And I think legitimate deaths in an Ultra Nightmare run are going to happen when you don't have a chance to react to it. But whatever, you know, this run wasn't tainted by any of that. So this fight right here can be challenging. You also want to make sure that you get your kills with power-ups. So I take my time a little bit going through here and perhaps take some unnecessary risks because I'm wanting to get the quad damage pickup and then get a whole bunch of kills while the quad damage pickup's active. I can't remember if this is a combat challenge that's exclusive to quad damage. I think it is, because there's some that just want you to get kills with power-ups active. I think this one's exclusive to quad damage, and there's only 2 quad damages on this map. Yeah, I wanted to chainsaw that summoner, but that didn't work out. And I took some damage there, just chasing her around. I didn't handle this very well, so don't use this as a model of how you defeat stray summoners on this mission. But yeah, the spot that I got yeeted was right over here, and it was after clearing everything, and I was just jumping around. I think it has something to do with objects on the ground. There is kind of a wonky physics with some of these barrels. So we're heading towards one of the Doomguy secrets, and this is a missable secret. So if you go too far past this area, you can't get it later. And you just have to be careful. You don't want to get clipped by any of those freight objects or whatever those things are. I don't know that I've died to it, but I feel like they'll kill you if you get pushed around by them. And now we're in one of the big fights for this level. There's 3. The last one's really easy because you can just keep running around and then the mission ends. This one's tough because it forces you face to face with the Mancubus. I like to kill this guy as soon as I can and keep my distance. That flamethrower will kill you really fast. And then I just start running around with like a chicken with my head cut off. Pick up the armor right here if you can, if you need it. And then I like to go for quad damage as soon as I can to clear out some of these big threats, these Mancubus threats. And then of course get the challenge completed. And now that I think about it, there's actually 3 quad damage. This is the second one, and then there's a quad damage available on the final fight, just in case you didn't pick the challenge up before. This is not the hardest fight. I mean, this is a tough fight, and I've died here before. But it's not the hardest fight because you have a lot of room. The next one, the second one in this tower section, I think is harder because it's filled with possessed soldiers that are spawning at a distance and they start disco balling everywhere.
Demonic presence eliminated. Lockdown disengaged.
So there's a bit of platforming section coming up. I believe there is a secret Doom guy that is missable that we're going to pick up. And otherwise, you just want to make sure you have max health and max ammo and max armor, because towards the top of this platforming section, there is the second big fight.
The accumulator's energy signature indicates that it is nearing the top of this Argent facility.
If she ruptures that accumulator near the Argent beam, she could open a portal to their world that we will never be able to close.
One thing I do want to call out is be careful of that laser that shoots overhead when you're going up this ramp. I'm not going to specify why, but just be careful. That's the final Doom guy for the level. Once you kind of figure out how to get it, it's not bad, but it's probably... It's not the scariest. I think the scariest Doom guy is level 8. But this one is definitely in the top 3 to get on an Ultra Nightmare run. And I have died to that laser overhead. Shamefully. Okay, when we go up to this section here, the second fight's going to start. So you do need to be ready for that. There's a lot of disco ball soldiers, and you know, I don't know what it is. Maybe it's me, maybe I just suck. But this fight is one of the harder fights in the game for me because of the sheer number of disco ball soldiers that spawn in from a good distance away. So they just kind of aimbot disco balls at you from a good distance while you're trying to deal with other stuff. So it's just something to be aware of. It's probably not as big of a threat as I end up making it, just due to, you know, weapon choice here. If I were more focused on just raw killing as fast as I could here, I'd probably do better. But I just want to warn you, I don't know if I've died here before, but I've come close. There's a few more imps here, just in case you didn't get the
Lockdown disengaged.
combat challenge yet. But there's not too many. And, you know, it's always risky trying to get that challenge in the middle of a fight. Coming up soon, there is a platforming section, which has some scattered static spawn imps, and that's a good place. I think there's about 4 that show up. They can be a little awkward to get the glory kill on them, but if you got at least 2 on the bridge, you should be able to get the other 2 here if you didn't finish it already.
The road to hell is paved.
And this is just another section where there's the secret lever for the secret room is here. And there's actually some power-ups. So I'll show that to you in just a second.
The road to hell is paved by Argent Energy.
It's a little time consuming. You just ride up the, I don't even know what you call this, the floating cargo thing on the opposite side of the room where you hit the switch. And then right over here is the lever for the secret room. Then you got to go back down. You might be able to live if you just drop and then double jump, but there's something in the code where if you drop far enough, that won't save you. And I know that because I tried it on this level. I've died from falling on this platforming section way up here before. So I try to play pretty safe, but you know, when you're a good distance down, you can just hop off. And there's some armor pickups and some ammo. But, you know, like I mentioned earlier in one of the earlier levels, they really, I mean, this is about as complex as secret levels get. And I was really disappointed by that as I progressed through, because I thought some of them would still be cool, like level 3's secret room, but no. And none of them have any more enemies from this point forward, which, you know, it's neither here nor there. But they're just really simple. However, a lot of them have mega healths and things like that, so you know it's not the end of the world. Do be careful in this platforming section right here. Don't get cute. Don't rush yourself. Make sure you wait until it's come to a stop. I don't even try to make that jump. You may or may not be able to do it. There's some jumps in this game that look like you can make it and you can't. So you do need to be a little careful about that. I say as I got cute jumping around on this level. I'm just saying, don't try this at home. And there you go, there you go. Don't try that at home, because that can happen too. I felt a little tingle when that happened. And that's all I'll say. So going up to this section up here, you do need to be careful of those beams, because they're easy to dodge, but you might be fooled into thinking there's some sort of delay. When that platform comes down, that beam starts immediately. Okay, so here's the imp. So I don't need them, but you know, just so you know, there's a couple of imps for the combat challenge over here. One of them tends to run right there and get hit by the red lightning beam, so just be aware of that. I would not depend on these for the combat challenge. Like I said, I believe there's 4. I would be okay with depending on maybe 2 to get 2 of the combat challenge imps from this section right here. Otherwise, I think you really want to be getting the other 2 or more imps in the bridge section towards the beginning of the level. There's a small fight over here. It's just an opportunity to get some of your mastery upgrades, whether it's rocket launcher or... And I think I actually didn't get it there. But you can. If you're a little more careful, you can. To kill the 3 targets with a rocket launcher. Some opportunities with... well, I think that's 6. We don't have the Gauss cannon yet. Or the chain gun. But, I mean, from this point on until the last fight, it's really easy. And furthermore, I think the last fight is really easy. It's scary. There's a lot of scary enemies, but you really just have to run out the clock. And so you can just run around. You don't even have to kill many things. There's multiple power-ups. So I think the last fight is just for show. But you do want to make sure that you take it seriously, because you can die. And you can die during the fade-out, too, if you're not careful. There's a couple of secrets over here that we're going to pick up. There's a Praetor suit upgrade. There's the rune here, which is... it's not a secret, but it's easy to miss this. And equipment power is a really good rune. Equipment power will allow your siphon grenade to siphon armor, which is huge. So you don't want to miss that. And then there's a couple other secrets coming up too. So that's the Praetor suit upgrade. It's easy to miss if you're not paying attention. There's a Mega Health nearby, which is excellent because it preps you for the upcoming fight. And then there's the Gauss Cannon coming up, which I think is probably the most famous secret from this level because it's a great way to pick up the Gauss Cannon early. And, you know, I don't remember, but I think it might be multiple levels early because I don't remember if Cuttinger Sanctum has a Gauss Cannon at all. I can't remember. It might, actually, now that I think about it. You might pick it up towards the end of the level. I always pick it up here, so I kind of forget. Hologram is right here. Excellent, excellent option. So I'm going to drop down here, and this is where the Gauss Cannon secret is. And I believe that's the last secret for the level. So it'll put us at 100% completion for the level. The annoying part is a little bit of backtracking here, but compared to level 2, this is nothing.
Welcome to the UAC, opening the gates of hell with the key to the future.
You know, there's some strange tombstones that I find later on later levels like this that say killed by unnamed AI. And I don't know what that is. I don't know if it's just maybe the servers that track this stuff. You know, it's gotten really dated. I'm not sure. I did find a 5-year-old, or maybe it was 6-year-old. 6-year-old? 7? I don't know. A very old gravestone marker from myself on level 7. So that was pretty wild. That was the furthest I had gotten before a couple months ago when I really buckled down. But yeah, like I said, this is an easy fight. You're decked out, you've got tons of armor, you've got quad damage, you've got pickups, you got plenty of space to just run around and just run out the clock. So you shouldn't have any trouble with this, you know, especially because you have the mega health from earlier. And best of all, you've got hologram, so you can just drop that. Hologram can be a little strange to use. You can't use it when you've got the chainsaw out, I think. It won't work. And it can be a little wonky triggering it on the move, where like the inputs just don't come out, or you're in the middle of an animation of something else. But anyways, that's level 5. So on to level 6. Most people consider level 6 the real keystone marker for an Ultra Nightmare run. And I would agree with that, but you know, I'm going to walk you through some of these fights that really simplify things, specifically the last 2 fights. It's really not that hard. Because there's power-ups to help you out, and you've got hologram. So, and then, you know, otherwise you just kind of play safe. So, Cuttinger Sanctum. Again, this is considered one of the harder levels, and if you can beat this, you can beat the rest of Ultra Nightmare. I mean, yeah, it's hard, I guess, but I don't know, it's not that hard. There's really only a couple of hard fights, and if you know what you're doing, you can really consistently beat them. You've got all the tools. You've got the upgrades, you've got health upgrades, you've got the Gauss Cannon, you've got good weapon switching options. It's really not too bad. It's not like that first Gore Nest where you're just trapped in this room and you're just scrambling and hoping you don't get hit, where there's like a little bit of RNG involved. There is a secret armor really close by that I don't bother to pick up yet, but I will a little later. And these 3 zombies you can use to get like the rocket launcher weapon challenge. I think I actually failed to get it here. And then there's 3 more zombies further up that I also failed to get it. But that's okay. I managed to complete the run. And I gotta warn you, I do actually start off this level a little sloppy. You know, I've got 200 health, I've got like 92 armor, and I think I was just playing a little sloppy here. There's another opportunity that I missed to get 3 kills in 1 rocket. There is a Hellraiser spawn here, so you want to go ahead and get the Hellraiser here for the sweep the leg combat challenge. The earlier you can get started on it, the better. And this is not a true arena fight. This is kind of like a mini fight. Like I said, I get sloppy in the way that I deal with this Hell Knight, unfortunately, with some self-damage and getting hit by his stomp. But I did complete the shotgun challenge, and I got to sweep the leg here. So we're doing all right. And taking your time here means when you go down to the second stage of this fight, which is here, you're not dealing with everything at once. So you can stay up here, finish off this Revenant, finish off the Imps, and then when you're ready, you can go down and you can take on the Mancubus and the Hell Knights and all the other stuff. And there is an extra Hellraiser that's going to spawn down here as well. And you'll see that I get a little sloppy. You know, I think I just wasn't taking it too serious because I had a lot of health. And, you know, overconfidence will get you. I get hit by a Hell Knight at some point and lose a good chunk of health because I wasn't paying attention. But, you know, again, if you're on point, this is not a hard fight. You know, I got a little sloppy here trying to get the Hellraiser sweep the leg. And I was blocked by the geometry, and then the Hell Knight came up and spooked me. And there's still a Mancubus, so I start running to create some distance. And I was also forgetting to use the hologram here for some reason. You know, I've noticed that I always do that in the 6th level because I'm not in the habit, because I went through the first 5 levels without using it, and that just kind of happens. But, you know, usually by the end of the 6th. And there's when I got surprised by the Hell Knight and dropped down to 42 health. So that was no good. I just whipped out the chainsaw as an emergency. Like, I don't want to deal with this. I'm running low on ammo. Let's just kill you. And I think there's still a Mancubus or 2 left. And then I remembered, hey, I need to be using my hologram. I've got 2 charges of it. And what I really should have done is picked up the armor secret upgrade, but I just wasn't thinking about it. And I also knew that this fight was mostly done. I think right there is when I realized that I didn't have vacuum. I had never attached the second rune. Whoops. I was like, wait a minute. I should have grabbed the health from that glory kill. But yeah, I mean, if you just take your time here, you can get these first 2 Hellraisers sweep the legs, and that puts you in a really good spot for getting the other 2. There's at least a couple of others, at least one, and I think more than one, but at least one for sure, that spawn in non-arena fight scenarios. And what I mean by that is not in the midst of some crazy hectic fight where you're, you know, killing Barons and Hell Knights and all kinds of other stuff. There's at least one during a platforming section that you get a chance to kill, so there's a sweep the leg opportunity there. And I think there's a few more. So there's several armor pickups in the yellow key here. There is a secret, but we can't get to it yet. This is a backtrack point, so we'll be back here later. So I'm just kind of licking my wounds a little bit, reminding myself that I got sloppy in the easiest part of the level. And topping off, and then I think I'm going to go for the armor secret as I get up here. Or maybe not. Oh, no. Okay, I just remembered, I think. Getting my bearings. I have forgotten to get this before, and it was the only secret that I missed on any of the levels all the way up to the Spider Mastermind. And I ended up dying in the Spider Mastermind so it didn't matter. But I remember being really irritated. It is a missable secret. I can't remember how far you can get where you can't go back and get it, but there is a point in the game where it won't let you back through. So we just get the Argent suit upgrades because that's one of the combat challenges for the level. The other one is killing things while you have power-ups, and that one's really easy to get because there's multiple power-up fights on this map. So there's going to be another opportunity for a Hellraiser. This is another like mini fight. It's not challenging, but there is a summoner or two in this fight. So you do need to be careful. Like, it's not a hard fight, but you do need to be careful. So you kind of take your time, kill the summoner straight up if you can, obviously, because it's a high priority target. If not, just keep moving. I think she teleported around when I tried to get her, so I got one of them, but there's definitely two. And I think she zooms around for a bit. But again, like, other than the summoners, this isn't really a hard fight. And I think that's a Hell Knight right there. I might have gotten a little spooked and just decided to go ahead and kill it. Okay, found a Hell Knight here. And that was either the same one that I didn't kill before or second one, I'm not sure. But, you know, this puts us in a good spot with getting the sweep the legs so we can get all the combat challenges. Around this level is when you kind of don't need them anymore. I mean, you still want them, but you're really getting close to the point where you're getting all the upgrades you need, and you've got all the upgrade points that you need for when you might need them, or, you know, for whatever gun you might have available. But again, you know, I'm trying to do this run getting everything, all secrets, all secret rooms, all combat challenges, etc. In some of these later levels, I do check the map a little more because I don't know them like the back of my hand as well. Because, like, for example, Cottinger Sanctum, I've probably played through maybe 20 times, maybe. And I'm talking going all the way back to when I first started trying to do Ultra Nightmare. You know, the first 3 levels, different story. I've played through those, you know, like 50, 100 times, something like that. But, you know, level 6 and beyond, it gets much less. And then, you know, level 7 and beyond is probably 10 or less. So you'll have to excuse the map checking here because I actually don't remember the rest of this game quite as clearly. But I did remember there was a Doom guy over here. So just remember that. Before you take that green portal, there is a Doom guy. And then we're going to pick up the blue key. And there's another fight right here. So it's round 2 of the fight in that main area that we were originally at, where I got surprised by the Hell Knight. And interestingly enough, a quad damage has spawned. I like to go for it just to go ahead and clear the Cacodemons out, as well as the Mancubuses that are going to spawn. Oh, my bad. I think it's Revenants. Mancubus is the first part. Revenants come after the Cacodemons in the second part. And I think there's 3 or 4 Revenants. Again, none of this is really too difficult. It's such a large arena, and you can fall back really as far as you want. Everything spawns in waves. So, you know, you could save quad damage if you wanted to, but I like to use it on those first few Revenants and Cacodemons, because the rest of the stuff is pretty easy to mop out. And so now that we've got the blue key, there is a secret rune available, I believe. So we're going to grab that before we move on. Yeah, right here. I believe that's closed off the first time. I don't think I ever used this rune. Some of these runes are just not great. Savagery in particular, I think, is great on paper because the speed boost is really awesome. But even with a full Glory Kill build, I think it's kind of meh. Even with the full Glory Kill build, I think I would go Glory Kill speed, Glory Kill range, and I'm not sure what I'd pick for the next one. But that's typically what I do for my Glory Kill build. I can't say that this level was a level that I was very afraid of for a while because I would die on it frequently. And so I didn't enjoy it as much, kind of like the third level. But when I got better at it and more consistent, it's really a good level. Most of the levels in Doom 2016 are just really well done and they're really fun to play through. And Doom Eternal is really great too in different ways, but it was very... just everything about it was so arcadey, you know, and that's a term I've seen used before, and I think it fits. Whereas Doom 2016, I don't know. I mean, it was a little grittier, yeah, but there was just a little something to it. I don't know how I describe it, but it just had a certain edge to it. So this is another like mini fight. There's going to be two Mancubuses, and you know, obviously there's the rocket launcher zombie opportunity there that I think we got. There's also a power up down there, which is an invuln. You don't really need it, but you can use it just to get the kills from Power Ups Combat Challenge. There's also a secret over here with the Hell Knight that comes out. So what I usually do is grab the invuln, kill the Hell Knight, grab the chain gun, and head up. Or I'll just use the invuln to finish off the extra spawns right here, which includes, I think, a couple of flying skulls, which are very deadly. One of the most deadly enemies in the game, almost impossible to dodge. So I'll use the invuln to kill that off and then go back down and pick up the chain gun. And the chain gun is quite terrible without the turret upgrade, so I don't really use it very much until I get that upgrade. But it's just nice to have it unlocked already. One thing I do want to call out, this is a platforming section, and coming up right here, this jump right here, not yet, okay, right here, right there, you've got to be careful because there's a little... Well, first of all, you got to be careful of those lost souls. Know that those are spawning and be ready for them. This Hellraiser right here is a lone Hellraiser that I was mentioning earlier. This is a great opportunity to get your Sweep the Leg combat challenge. So, because he's pretty much by himself. So, you know, do whatever you can. As you can see, that was my third, so I think one of the ones I got earlier I messed up. But if you can get here and have 3 out of 4, like I just did, you're doing great. If you've only got like 1 or 2, and you've got to get the other ones in the middle of some hectic fights, it's a little riskier. But anyways, back to that platforming section that we just made that jump over. Be careful. Something about the terrain there will put you airborne as you go over it. And so when you jump, you're actually using your double jump. And you'll fall to your death. And it's happened to me more than once. It's really annoying. So you just got to be really careful. If you go soaring right over that edge, I don't know what it is. It's almost like you just have a split second of being airborne. So then when you think you're jumping, you end up double jumping. In fact, it was so bad that I remember replacing my keyboard. I mean, I didn't go buy one, but I had a spare keyboard because I thought that my keyboard was going bad and I was getting double jump inputs and that's what was happening. It's not what was happening. The keyboard was fine. There's just certain jumps in the game that you have to be careful of because it is easy for the game to think you're in an airborne state. Okay, so here's another fight, which is not too difficult. There's a Hellraiser right down the stairs right here. If you could just take a moment to get Sweep the Leg done right there before the fight gets crazy, do so. But other than those Lost Souls right there, you can kind of hang out up here and just pick things off. If you jump straight down and go into the madness without picking some of those things off from safety, it can be a little scary. But, I mean, again, it's not one of the hardest fights of the level. And, yeah, I mean, is it a complicated arena? Yeah, reasonably. But, again, you've got hologram. You've got 2 charges of it, if you've been following my build. You've got all the weapons you could want. You've got health. You've got armor, chainsaw. You know what I mean? It's not that scary. And we just got the Dazed and Confused rune upgrade, which is actually a really good upgrade. I mean, as much as glory kills are risky in this game, that specific rune upgrade, just the amount of increased time it puts them in a stagger state is really useful. Because sometimes what happens is you put some of these enemies into a stagger state and then you don't have time to finish them, and they get some health back. Oh, and there's also a speed power-up that I always forget about down there. It's just not part of the route that I take, but just keep that in mind. You know, if this is a challenging section for you, it's worth it to go down there and get the speed power-up and use it to kill everything in the fight. But if I remember correctly, in terms of fights, I think we're over halfway through. So at this point, I'm just running around making sure that I remember to get all the secrets. There is a Doomgeist secret up here, I believe. I think that's what I'm looking for. The second Doomgeist secret. Right there. That's kind of a tricky one, by the way. If you don't know to look for it, it's not easy to stumble on that one. And I think there's an Argent suit upgrade up here, and there might even be an upgrade bot coming up. But the next fight will be the first appearance of the Barons, and it is actually a challenging fight. So you do need to plan ahead, and you want to know how you want to approach the fight when you want to take quad damage.
Tempered by the fires of hell, his eye.
There's another rune. It's not actually a secret, but it's easy to miss. Oh, you know, I was mistaken earlier. Savagery is actually one of the good ones. Savagery makes your glory kills much faster. I forgot about Savagery. Savagery is probably the second best glory kill rune. And then glory kill range is also really good, but is most important when you're in berserk mode. Savagery, of course, is incredible for when you're in berserk mode. So I usually, when I, later on when I pick up berserk, I'll actually pause the game and put savagery and range on. The glory kill duration, of course, doesn't matter when you're in berserk mode. But if you're going for a glory kill build, I think savagery is mandatory, just because, I mean, it's self-explanatory. Faster glory kills, more safety, just everything. Okay, so coming up here is the fight where there's a Baron fighting a bunch of imps or something like that. That part's really easy. You can kind of take your time. The thing to watch out for is there's going to be a summoner that shows up, so you're going to want to finish all this stuff off. There's some opportunities for weapon masteries or, whatever it is that you want to do. Just be ready for the summoner and all the other imps and everything else that spawns. Then there's going to be some Barons that are going to show up. I wait for at least the first Baron, sometimes the second, before I get quad damage. Also, in this blood pool area that we're killing the summoner right here, there's going to be, after the first Baron kill, a cluster, it's like a ring of lost souls. If you are not ready for those lost souls, they will kill you. I've died before on it, it sucks. It's probably the most dangerous lost soul spawn in the game. So again, it's after that right here. It's after that first Baron that you kill. And then after you clear these guys, there's going to be 2 more Barons that are going to spawn. And hopefully you've still got quad damage out, which makes it really easy. So this is one of the hardest fights in the game. But if you just do the fight as I've shown you, it's really easy. I mean, it's not difficult at all. You got to be safer in the Baron, but as you can see, I got 50 armor, 200 health. I'm good. The lost souls and just knowing when and where to engage the Barons and when to use quad damage is the only challenging part. So that's one of those fights where, in the early days of my Ultra Nightmare runs, I died more than once and it sucked. And, I'd uninstall and play again 3 months later or whatever. Or sometimes, 3 hours later. But yeah, I mean, if you can do that, you're good. Of course, there's the secret level, and I think there's a mega health in the secret room. I just always forget where it is, so I'm looking around for it. But yeah, I believe there is a mega health in here, which is kind of cool. But again, if you see, they really got lazy with the secret rooms. There's just not much anymore. I mean, this is actually one of the better ones. Some of the other ones, like the one on Argent Tower, are just pathetic. At this point, I believe I'm just trying to make sure that I didn't miss any secrets. There is one more fight. One more big fight. I mean, there's some small, trash enemies that you clear with some platforming sections and stuff like that. But there's one more big fight, I believe. And then you're done with the level. I think there's a chance to get some more zombie kills coming up with a rocket launcher, which is good. The sooner you can get that done, the better. Be ready for those lost souls right there before the platforming section starts, which is right here. This part's pretty easy. You can just siege mode, kill these guys, or, whatever. This is not going to give you any trouble if you're playing Ultra Nightmare. Yeah, sometimes you find these deaths from falls and stuff, and it's just like, man, what are you doing? And you get this far in the game to just be sloppy? I don't know, I don't get it. I've had some sloppy deaths, but not that sloppy. Yeah, there's a data log right there. I don't actually know if I picked it up. I thought I picked it up. But yeah, I didn't. There we go. Again, a couple zombies, Mancubus. This is all easy. The next fight coming up, it is hard. I mean, it's the hardest fight in the level for sure. But again, if you just know where to get quad damage and you know what's going to show up and when, it's just really not that bad. I think there's some fights later on that are worse. Like the monorail fight before the final level.
And in his conquest against the blackened souls of the doomed is proud.
It is good to prep with the right runes for the final fight. This is like a skirmish. This is not really the start of the final fight. But there is a final Argent suit upgrade available here. And I believe that's going to close us out for the combat challenges for the level. So once you jump across this gap, the final fight starts. There's some spawns right in front of you to the lower left of some imps and stuff like that. Just hang back here, kill that stuff first. Then you're going to have a wave of, I believe, some Hell Knights here, and then you're going to have some Revenants. Again, hang out here, kill what you need to kill. There's a Hellraiser if you need it. One of the challenges of this level is the fact that everything gets red and hazy. It gets harder to see. So you really don't want to be trying to complete your Hell Knight challenge at this point. Once your Revenants are done, you're going to have some Mancubuses show up. So, again, I like to hang out here. Don't grab the quad damage yet. You don't need it. Just hang out here, kill these Revenants. They're easy. The Mancubuses are going to be a little bit of a challenge. So that's when I usually decide to go ahead and get quad damage so I can kill them easily. Also, the Barons can show up while you're fighting the Mancubuses. So they don't just sit there and wait for the Mancubuses to be dead before they show up. And I believe I just killed one there. There's a second one, kind of jumps up in your face. But again, if you saved quad damage for that and you just took the fight in the way that I just showed you, it's just not that difficult. It's scary, but if you know where some of the spawns are coming, you know some of the waves are coming, it's not hard at all. And, it's really just kill the imps first, deal with the Hell Knights, then deal with, the Hellraiser's not a huge threat, and then deal with your Mancubuses and use the quad damage to kill the Barons. And that's counting your Sanctum. Okay, so Argent facility destroyed. The very beginning of this level is pretty easy. There's a surprise Cacodemon that I've seen kill people before. I haven't died to it, but I've seen tombstones from it.
The Argent Tower is destroyed.
But otherwise, it's not too bad. There is a couple tricky fights. The introduction to the Pinky Demon can get you. So we'll cover that as we get to it. Okay, there's a corpse from somebody who died to this Cacodemon right here, so be ready for that. I don't think it's a huge threat, but you just want to be ready. And then there's a couple of secrets right here that you need to do a little bit of platforming. It's not difficult platforming. I always like to kill that imp if I can. You can kill it. He doesn't ever fight you. Secret room's right here. I think it's just got some ammo. Or like a super shotgun or something like that, and the off chance you somehow missed it. And then right over here is one of the Doom guys. Now these are all missable too, so if you go past this, you can't go back. So just something to keep in mind if you're trying to go for 100%. And there's an Argent suit upgrade right here when you drop down. I like the power-up extension. I think that's an excellent upgrade. Now, one of the objectives or the combat challenges on this map is to kill a Revenant when it's in the air. And you get a lot of opportunities for that. I like to do it in this upcoming room, but just be careful that this upcoming room, or I don't know if you call it really a room, but it's an arena that doesn't look like an arena. And it's actually a dangerous fight. And I've died on it twice on Ultra Nightmare. One many years ago, I died here. And then one here just before this playthrough. I was just getting really sloppy. And I don't remember exactly what I did. But I was taking it a little too easy. And I did not use holograms effectively. And a Cacodemon just closed the distance and came up and bit me around a corner. I just kind of got pinned in. You'll see as we go into the room here. So you don't want to mess around. Just use all your guns, use your big guns, use whatever it takes, use your hologram. As soon as you go through the store, it's going to start right here. Just kill everything. Again, the only difficult challenge that's going to take any real effort is getting the Revenant while it's in the air. And you can just kill everything. It comes in phases, not all at once. So you've got some time here, as you can see, to sort of do your thing. But you don't want to get too distracted. Like I tried to kill that Revenant right there, but you've got the Cacodemons coming up. As you can see, this time it doesn't look very difficult because I stayed on top of everything. And I stayed out here kind of in the balcony. Both times that I've died here is when I got pinned back in by the door where you come in. And so I'm just letting this guy do his thing, and I'm trying to get the kill while he's in the air, but it just keeps putting him into staggered status. So, and I think maybe I forgot to get the charge upgrade or something like that for Gauss Cannon here. Can't remember, but anyways, there you go. I think it's called Turkey Shoot or something like that. After he dies, a Hell Knight spawns, and there might be another Revenant or two. Anyway, it's not a hard fight, as you can see, but you need to take it seriously and go balls to the walls. And in my opinion, push through like we did in this particular playthrough, and take this space and then hold it. Don't let yourself get pinned in by the door. And this is your last chance to get anything that you might miss up here. Actually, I think you can actually go back up now that I think about it. But anyways, when you drop down, you can't get back up. So there's another small arena fight right here. Lots of opportunities for weapon upgrades on this level with zombies and whatnot closed in. The thing that's a little deceptive about this level is most of it's really easy. And it's not, it's another one of those levels that's full of like organic fights. They reused level 4. And so it's mostly level 4 redone. Most of the fights are kind of organic, and it's not like the later Hell levels. They're very obviously arcadey arenas. So it can lure you into a false sense of security. See right there, I thought that I got him all because he looked so torn up, and I thought I got him with the rocket launcher kill 3. And sometimes there's a little bit of delay on that, so I took some unnecessary damage. It was okay, but just something to be aware of. The Doomgeist secret over here on this level is just replaced with some armor and some ammo. Nothing big. And I'm just using my equipment on cooldown to get the rune upgrade. It's a Revenant here. I didn't notice. It ended up being okay, but And it's just one of those things. You got to be careful. Some of these things will sneak up on you sometimes. Around the corner here is an armor to pick up, so we grab that. That's where the super shotgun was in level 4. Anyway, most of this part of the level, it's a very sprawled out level, and there's really not too many fights. Like, there's a lot of trash stuff in between. There's a couple of small fights, but that will lull you, as I said before, into a false sense of security. And I think this might even be a totally optional area that you don't need to clear to complete the level, but I like to come over here because, well, one, there's an armor pickup, but two, the safest way to get one of the secrets is from this ledge right here, and I'm going to show you that. So right down there is a mega health secret. The way we just took that route is by far the best way or the best approach. If you try to get it from the other area where the jumper launch pads are, it's a tough jump, and you have to kind of drop down and then use your double jump back. I've seen tombstones where people failed. So when I found the ledge that we just did, I think that's by far the safest. There's a small fight right here. Again, it's not too difficult. But you know, like I said, I love how a lot of these arenas are very organic and very much part of the map design. Later on in the game, it gets a little lazy and everything is just obviously built to be an arena. And it's fun. It's what Doom Eternal is entirely based on. But when, I don't know, it takes something away to me when it gets a little artificial. I do have to warn you that in some of these later levels, I just don't have them as well memorized, so I do backtrack a little bit sometimes. The first 3 I have memorized, like, I don't know, like the movie Jurassic Park. And then, you know, the first 6, you know, the next 3, I'd say I've memorized, like, I don't know, Ninja Turtles 2, Secret of the Ooze, which is reasonably memorized, but I haven't watched it in a long time. And then beyond that, it gets a little rustier because a lot of these areas, I've only played through this level, yeah, like maybe 5 or 6 times on Ultra Nightmare. You know, this is just another fight that, you know, it's kind of like a Gore Nest fight, and it's where the Gore Nest was in level 4. But again, it's not very difficult. You know, you just stay moving, you use all your guns. You know, you just got the mega health from the secret before we started here, so yeah, it's just not too bad. But there is a lot of stuff here. And as you can see, this area goes on for a while. So just be prepared for that. You need some endurance. You might need to refill on some ammo. The Berserk power-up with the upgrade lasts a really long time, which is kind of cool, especially in some of the later levels. So there's the rune upgrade here, and then right below this ledge where the rune upgrade is a way that is where you can drop down to get the mega health secret that we just got. One of the easiest rune challenges, really. One I don't mind too much. Some of them can be a little annoying, especially the later ones. But I think importantly, that was the one that allows us to unlock the third. I think. It could be that I missed one. A small fight here. I just chainsaw to get some ammo. Again, this is nothing too bad. There's some cacodemons you need to prioritize, and I got smacked there just by being sloppy. But, you know, this is that part of the game where you've got all the tools you could need for these fights. So the real challenge comes from bosses and arenas. Significant arenas, not a little skirmish like that.
Those who came before you and those with whom you serve all operate with the same goal in mind.
So this is the first indoor area, and I believe this is going to take us to the first encounter with the Pinky right here. It's kind of annoying because it's that sort of door that like you don't get your control of your perspective, and it's the intro, kind of like the first time you fight the Mancubus. You can die here if you're not careful. So stun bomb is great. Pinkies do a little bit of heat seeking, and hologram is fantastic against them. I do not have a 100% success rate just trying to double jump out of the way. Maybe you do. Maybe your mileage varies here on that, but I don't. And Pinky, I mean, you look right there. I took some damage I didn't need to take. I died here in this room one time. It was early on in my Ultra Nightmare runs, and I uninstalled after. It was as far as I had ever gotten at that time, and I died to those Pinkies ganging up on me right there. It was tough. But you know, as you can see, the hologram really helps a lot against Pinkies. Stun bomb does too. I don't like to rely on double jump. And if I remember correctly, I think there was a really tough fight right here. Yeah, I got smacked by a Pinky Demon just by being bad at the game and missing some shots. And I got a little low on my health here. This is one of the more challenging fights, just because it throws a lot at you, and it's sort of an awkward like verticality situation where some stuff spawns up top, some stuff spawns down below. There's a quad damage you can get, and it's really better if you go straight for it so you can kill those Pinkies early on and then just clean up what's left. I don't think most people find this part challenging, but I did. I got a little spooked here because I started getting low and lost my armor. And as you can see, it does drag on a little bit. You know, they don't hit you with too much at once, but stuff keeps spawning. So, you know, just a heads up, that can be a challenging fight. When you go up here, and it just depends on how you come to this part. You know, I came up a different way, but there's other ways to get to this part. This fight right here, this is not challenging at all. This is just chaff. However, there is a Cacodemon that will spawn in a flanking position, and that's what I keep checking my 6 there for. Because it'll sneak up on you, and if you're not ready for it, I think it just spawned behind us just now. I think it's up in the air. Yep, there it is. So, you know, I dropped a hologram and then just Gauss Cannon it with a siege mode. But if you're not ready for it, you can easily die if that dude comes up and bites you. I think their bites do like 150 damage. It's at least 100 damage on Ultra Nightmare. But if you're ready for some of the spawns here, it's no big deal. There is also a bunch of spawns that come out of this gate on the other side. So it's something to be aware of. If you're ready for it, no big deal. But if you're not, it can be a nasty surprise. 2 or 3 Pinkies and the Mancubus.
exploration into the exclusion zones outside the base is one of the highly volatile experiments.
Demonic breach detected.
This gore nest has the potential to be challenging because there's a Baron and some other things that you'll have to fight. There's also some possessed security that you'll fight in close range, and those guys can always surprise you. But there's also a power up here, a mega health. And, you know, I chose to go ahead and take it early, but you can also wait and just see if you take some damage in the fight and then go for it. I think in this playthrough there was like a couple of odd bugged AI spawns, and I thought that it was a glitched out hologram because it was just standing there, and then it was actually a possessed soldier, I think. Yeah, right there. So I was like, oh man, what's going on? Why is the level not okay? There's the Baron. I mean, that Baron's really easy because it's just him and you're ready for it. And he's also kind of bugged out here for some reason. But, you know, even if he's not bugged out, he's not difficult. But I remember being confused here and then come to find out, yeah, he's right there. I thought it was a bugged... I thought it was a bugged hologram. As I said like 5 times already in the video. There's a secret up here. At this point, you really don't need to collect a lot of these secrets anymore. You know, I'm not really using them, but again, 100% run, so, you know, it's your choice. It's here that I realized that I had forgotten to get all my chainsaw kills. And that's such an easy thing to do to get the chainsaw kills on some zombies, but I just forgotten to do it. So I was like, uh-oh, all right, well, I got to find some easy stuff to get my chainsaws on. Fortunately, towards the end here, there's plenty of stuff that you can to get it on. I actually forgot how long this level is. There's still some more fights left before we go into Lazarus. One secret that's easy to miss is an Argent Cell right here. After this fight, we'll go up and get it. There's a small fight right here, but it's mostly just chaff. The Gore Nest is... It's not that. I mean, I don't want to downplay any of these fights. If you go in with low health, if you make some mistakes, anything can kill you. There's some Cacodemons, there's some Mancubuses that are going to show up. So there's some challenging enemies, but as long as you're ready for what's going to show up, at this point in the game, this fight's not too bad. You've also got the Argent Cell here so that you can pick up armor for the first time. Or ammo. I think I went with ammo here. And there's a data log right here too that's easy to miss, right next to the shuttle or whatever that is. So there's the first Revenant. You can take him off or take him out pretty easily. Then you got a Hell Knight. Again, it's pretty easy. I think the only thing that's really a threat is the flying Cacodemons that'll come in from sort of outside the arena, if that makes sense. In fact, I just got a Chomp right there trying to get that speed rune, which is just unnecessary damage. So don't do what I did there. But, you know, again, I think it's pretty self-evident this is not too hard of a fight. You just have to be careful about the Cacodemons. They're silent, and they come in from outside of the ring there, and they will surprise you. Took an unnecessary hit there, so I started to get a little bit spooked. It is towards the end of the Gornest fight, so there's not too many threats left, and I've got some holograms that I can take advantage of. So, you know, I didn't have to panic too much, but for a fight that's not too challenging, you know, I'd give it like a 3.5 out of 5. I did more poorly than you probably will. Easy secret to miss right there is that final Doom guy. Right here we pick up the torso, or not the torso, but the key card. The torso's later. I think it's in the next level. And it's really just collect a few more things. I don't even think there's any significant fights left. I believe that's the last fight of the level.
Head of this corporation. All your work and discoveries here belong to me. It was mine before you.
But I realized here that I forgot to grab one of the Argent suits.
Access granted. Access granted.
There is the last fight right before the monorail. Forgot about that. But it gave me a chance to get all my chainsaws in. Took some damage there unnecessarily. But I got the challenge done. But it's not a difficult fight. It's mostly just a bunch of chaff that you can level up your weapon challenges on.
UAC tramway ready for departure.
And that's it. That's level 7. Argent destroyed. Next level is, I think it's Lazarus?
UAC's advanced research
Yeah, Lazarus facility,
destination.
where we will get the BFG. Yeah, I forgot. It's actually Advanced Research Complex before Lazarus Labs. Regardless, it's where you get the BFG. If you've gotten to this point in a run through, you're in the groove, and you can absolutely finish Ultra Nightmare. I would say if you can get past level 3, level 4 consistently, you're good. Some people say level 6 is kind of the big checkpoint. Yeah, I'd agree with that too. But in my opinion, if you can get through 3 and 4 reliably, then you can get through 5 and 6 reliably too. So anyways, I'm just messing around with my runes a little bit here. I was just kind of having fun getting some runes maxed out. I did not try to go for leveling up all the different runes in this run. I didn't consider that a part of a 100% run. Maybe some people do, whatever. In my mind, 100% was all secrets, all secret rooms, all combat challenges, that kind of thing. And to be honest, I'm not even sure how feasible all runes being completed is.
Advanced research complex.
It's time we meet in person.
The start of this level has several secrets in it
This facility.
that are missable, and you can't go back. And there's also quite a few zombies so that we can get the corkscrew combat challenge done, which is really easy. You know, by this point, you probably don't need them, but if you're going for 100%, you might want to. And then there's a couple of points where we get some weapon mastery targets. So we're just going to easily clear some of this kind of static content.
Presence at unsafe levels. Lockdown in effect.
Cutting-edge technology and fabrication techniques.
So right here's a good spot to pick up the chain gun upgrade. And you know, one thing to keep in mind is that the chain gun, well, the turret mode in my opinion is the only useful add-on, but the turret mode is not very good until you've got the weapon mastery unlocked. So if you decide to use the chain gun in your run, I think you want to upgrade it as soon as you can. And this is a great level to start focusing on that because there's a lot of zombies you get to kill.
Look upon the faces of these extreme.
So coming up here is a small fight with a Hell Knight and some possessed soldiers and or security. And I think I actually got clipped by a disco ball there. Still one of the deadliest abilities in Ultra Nightmare, even this late. There's a couple of points later on some of these UAC Mars missions where specifically, I think the second to the last level, Vega, where there are a bunch of possessed soldiers at range spawn locations, and those disco balls will end a run. Very scary. This fight right here is really not too terrible. You just gotta clear the trash first, and then I believe it's a gore nest that we're gonna activate over here. I'd never noticed this right here, this do not shoot. So I just kind of spent a little bit of time interacting. I thought maybe there was a little Easter egg or something here. This fight's several waves. It's a lot of imps, and there's some possessed security, so you need to be careful about your corners. Otherwise, I believe it's mostly Mancubi, and I think there may be a couple of Revenants. I don't believe there's any Barons here, though. So it's really not a very difficult fight. Just lots and lots of imps. Again, hologram is the way to go here. I thought, first of all, grenades are really, in my personal opinion, they're not that easy to use in this game. They're very bouncy. And as a result, it can be difficult to get them to go where you want to go. So they're great in the early game before you get the hologram, and then I use the hologram pretty much exclusively, except I'll switch to siphon grenades sometimes if I want to top off, or boss fights, of course, because hologram is useless on those. And there's a berserk power up here. I don't remember if I bothered to switch into glory runes or not. In-flight mobility. Yeah, there we go. In-flight mobility, I think, is a standard must-have rune, by the way. I think there's some people that don't really care for it in Doom 2016. And they use it heavily in Doom Eternal. I know that. But some Ultra Nightmare players are kind of whatever on it for 2016. But I consider it mandatory in 2016, so I pretty much always have it. Yeah, again, this fight, it's not difficult, but you can see, you know, it took some damage from a disco ball there. It's not difficult, it's just long. Yeah, and there's the Revenant. But again, you know, what were the threats here? Not the imps, not really the Mancubus, not the Revenant. There weren't any Pinkies, no Baron. Really, it's the security around the corners. Of course, I say that as I got surprised by a Revenant there who smacked me in the back. You know, I mean, I wasn't super close to dying there, you know, until that self-damage from the grenade launcher. This is a situation of nerves, of course, you know, getting a little sloppy. Something about seeing your health go down like that can make you be a little goofy. But we stabilized.
Demonic presence eliminated. Lockdown disengaged.
So this is the cutscene where you got to talk to Hayden,
Update. It is a prototype.
go to his office.
Dimensional tether. A means for
So this is going to take a little bit of time.
hell. I'm sorry for the jolt, but I didn't think you'd allow its installation voluntarily. I'm Dr. Samuel Hayden. I have supplies in my office. This way, please.
Welcome, Dr. Hayden.
Take whatever supplies you need. The destruction of the Argent Tower is devastating.
One thing I always loved about Doom 2016 was all the references to the original Doom. In soundtrack, aesthetics, and just little pieces of lore.
Stone artifact we pulled from hell in the earliest days of the program. We call it the Helix Stone. It is our most closely guarded asset. Olivia was obsessed with it. From it, we learned how to manipulate Hell's energy, bend it to our will, take advantage of their resources. It also led us to you. The Helix Stone showed us how to harness the power of the well. I believe it will show you how to shut it down. For years, Olivia has kept the Helix in her private office in the Lazarus Labs, which is only accessible through a secure elevator from the Advanced Research Complex across the chasm. Your affinity for guns is apparent. I'm confident you'll find something useful there as well. The service elevator is at the end of the hall.
So in these rooms, there's just some weapon challenge upgrade bait here. I think there's another zombie around the corner. There's some missable secret. Well, actually, I'm not sure that anything's missable. I think you can go back until you've gone into the BFG area. But there's some things that are easy to forget that they're there. So we got the suit upgrade there, and then there's a rune in a room outside in the airlock area. If I remember correctly. Yeah, right there. Not the airlock area, excuse me. Oh, never mind. I was right. Yeah, you get to it after you get to this little outdoor section. There's a pretty easy fight right here, too. It's got several revenants and then some cyber mancubi. You do need to watch out for the exploding zombies. I have died to one once before when I wasn't really paying attention and I didn't take it as a serious threat. One thing I want to just call out here is my play gets a little sloppy. Yeah, I'm not the best player. I was just tenacious enough to get through Ultra Nightmare. And I find this level to be a little boring. And some of these fights are a little boring. So I get a little reckless with positioning. You know, I mean, you got a lot of health, you got a lot of armor, you've got a lot of guns. And so they're almost becomes like an analysis paralysis kind of thing. Early on, you're just cycling through your favorites. But at this point, it's like, you know, do I want to use my micro missiles or stick to my rocket launcher? So it is good to have like a standard rotation that you default to at certain points of the game. Like at this point in the game, micro missiles are kind of whatever. And it shares ammo with the chain gun. I think turret chain gun is probably more useful once you've got the weapon upgrade than micro missiles are, but it really depends on your play style. So we're going to go right through here and pick up that rune that we were teased at earlier. This is an interesting platform section. You do need to be careful because the lost souls can spawn at awkward times. And if they surprise you, I mean, it's one of the deadliest enemies in the game. And also, right here is the riskiest secret in the entire game to get. It's not over here where the mega health is. This one's no big deal. You do need to watch out for that Cacodemon. And then after you clear this area, sometimes another pair of lost souls will spawn, so you need to watch for that. But the most risky for an Ultra Nightmare secret is this jump right here. And I believe on this playthrough, I just barely made it right there. Don't try this at home. Definitely have parallel Nightmare campaign where you can practice that jump at least once or twice if you're going for it. I haven't died there before, but if you just barely make that jump, you will miss the platform grab and you'll sort of get stuck on some pipes and you'll need to spam the jump to get back up. And that's happened to me multiple times. It's not that dangerous, but like it's not one of those situations where if you spam jump just not quite the right way that you fall to your death. But it certainly freaks you out. It's scary. So that's probably the most dangerous moment in an Ultra Nightmare run, in my opinion, if you're going for all the secrets, is that jump right there. That, and the first Gore Nest. It was probably the top two. So there's another Argent cell here, and then we'll proceed. This is a point of no return, so once you go through that little ventilation intake shaft, whatever you want to call it, you can't come back here. Just going to take a little detour here to pick up a secret.
Demonic presence at unsafe level. Lockdown in effect. Demonic presence eliminated. Lockdown disengaged.
The ARC is the birthplace of several breakthrough fields, including...
So a couple of more opportunities to get your chain gun mastery. Each of these rooms you can get one of the steps towards the 5 that you need. When I say each of the rooms, I mean the 2 lab rooms with the weapon testing. And there's also a Doomguy secret through one of the ventilation shafts in one of these rooms too that's easy to miss. We'll pick that up here in a second.
The ARC is the birthplace of several
Access granted. Hello, Dr. Peters.
So I think this BFG room goes without saying, but definitely know what you're doing here. Because on my practice run, I actually died here a couple of times. It had been so long since I had actually played this far. So you need to immediately get to this ledge so that the Resident Evil laser grid stuff doesn't kill you.
Activating laser security system.
And then just shoot the little canisters that are powering the laser grid. You're going to want to make sure you don't miss that jump. And then coming up, there's a very tempting section to kill 30 zombies or so with a BFG shot. But I recommend actually trying to get a weapon mastery point out of it.
All personnel, please proceed to the Lazarus Element. Demonic threat level high.
And yet I somehow failed to do so. But I think the example stands in spite of my failure. This is a rune that's surprisingly easy to miss, and I've missed it on several playthroughs. Another opportunity to get your weapon mastery. And there we go, we completed it. Now, this is not a hard fight by any stretch, but you do need to be ready for those pinkies in these confined areas. You can die here.
Demonic presence at unsafe levels.
So this is the last big fight of the level, I believe. And it is a challenging fight. You do have BFG ammo, and you're going to want to go ahead and use it. You can use the portals if you want to, but there are a lot of enemies. And then there's 2 surprise barons at the end that you need to be aware of. I like to start and kill that Revenant right from the beginning, and then go pick off the other one. The sooner you kill these guys, the better, because you don't want to deal with the rest of the arena spawning while you're still trying to deal with the Revenants. I like to hold off on the quad damage. It does get a little crazier. Generally, I like to wait till the summoners come. If you don't use the quad damage on the summoners, you can run into a situation where the summoners can teleport all around and can be difficult to get to. It's always risky because the summoners will channel their little wave through walls and things like that. They are one of the deadliest enemies. Then you get the Cacodemons and the Cyber Mancubus here, so it's good to have your quad damage active through that whole section. I did start running low on ammo here. I don't know if I went for the chainsaw. Okay, I did. Use the hologram with the chainsaw. You do need to be careful. Of course, with security guards, they're not good chainsaw targets without the hologram. Okay, so it's done. And then when you go and activate the elevator to finish the level, you get surprised with a double Baron fight in pretty close quarters, so you need to be ready for it. You do not want to be low health for this fight. It's not hard, you just don't want to be in a position where you are low health and one hit from one of the Barons can kill you. Then again, you do have the hologram, so...
Demonic presence eliminated. Lockdown disengaged.
And that's Advanced Research Lab. We've got the BFG now, so obviously that really helps clear big rooms, and you're going to use it strategically on these big arena fights. Lazarus Labs is really long, and it's got the Cyber Demon. Cyber Demon's not an easy fight. We'll talk about that more when we get there. I've died on the Cyber Demon, and I died on the Spider Mastermind, as I mentioned before. I practiced the Hell Guards enough that I never died, but it took me a lot of practice. So you gotta run a parallel Nightmare campaign to practice the bosses. So Lazarus Labs it's a pretty long level. And the reason it's long is it's split into really 2 levels. The last section's not too long, and it's really just a little bit of level and then the Cyber Demon fight. But the first section is pretty long.
Deep within this facility.
But surprisingly, there's really not that many fights, like actual arena fights. It's really just a lot of, I don't even know what you would call it, like dungeon crawling. It's just another reason why Doom 2016 is so good. There's a lot of secrets here. So again, if you're going for 100%, there's a lot of stuff you can miss. Right here, there's an audio log. So I like to pick that. And there's really nothing in here, but every time I'm in here, because I've only run through this level maybe 4 times in Ultra Nightmare. So every time I run through here, I kind of forget where some of the secrets are. So there's just a small fight here. You're going to want to get some of your I think it's security. For the combat challenge. I think it's security. Anyways, you're going to want to get some of these guys. No, never mind. It's not security. It's any of the possessed soldiers, which does include security. And you just got to kill them in different ways. So you want to start on that early. And, you know, I do spend some time going for rune masteries. I don't think I ever completed the shotgun mastery. Most players will tell you it's not worth it. It takes too much effort to try to get it. And it's just not that... I mean, it's a nice upgrade, but it's just not that big a deal. And the nice thing is the Hellraisers also count for the possessed soldiers. You got a Pinky coming in here. You know, those guys can get you sometimes. I mean, that's just one... and that's not part of an arena, but you just, you know, it's something to be aware of. So there's a couple of secrets we're going to make sure that we grab before we go to the point of no return. And this section is not actually the secret right here, which is funny because I think that's less obvious, pulling the imp's legs down for this little elevator. I think this is a less obvious part of the level right here. To me, I think this would be the secret. Because I didn't naturally find this. I naturally found the actual secret first. But it does drop down into an arena. So our first fight, which is not too difficult, is going to be here. But you start with a mega health. And you just want to keep moving. You can see there's a tombstone from somebody dying there. But you've got power-ups. Or at least one power-up. The haste power-up. And you just keep moving. Again, this is probably the easiest arena of the level because there's really not too many enemies. But I believe it's a gore nest that we haven't triggered yet, so we're really just, you know, clearing out the gore nest. There's a lot of possessed soldiers and or security to be aware of on this level in general. And so you do need to be careful about that. In fact, this level and Vega are, in my opinion, some of the most dangerous levels, believe it or not, as opposed to the hell levels, just because you're dealing with disco balls from possessed soldiers in relatively cramped quarters. And as you can see, I'm using hologram liberally here. You need to have it bound to a hotkey. Go ahead and use the BFG because we got a combat challenge for it. But you need to have a hotkey for the hologram because, you know, and I put it on my middle mouse button. By this level in the game, you need to have been comfortably using it. You know, when I think I mentioned this early on the playthrough, when I first get the hologram, I kind of forget to use it sometimes. And you can see I don't always put it in the best spot. Sometimes I'm just throwing it down as kind of like, you know, your brain is going through all these potential actions, right? Like weapon switch, shoot, vault up something, use your special, right? So you're kind of, I got cornered by an imp there. So you're kind of, you know, just running through the motions. So sometimes I slap down a hologram and, you know, like a less than ideal spot where it's behind cover or something like that. But that's it. It's not too bad. And again, you start off with a mega health as long as you pick up the secret. So do be careful with glory kills around these sarcophaguses. You can and will glory kill yourself into a sarcophagus, and you can't get out. So just something to be aware of. There is a BFG ammo there. Highly advise that you pick that up. I have the equipment power upgrade, so I'll use the siphon grenade sometimes to just top off on armor, and that's what I'm doing here. Very useful. It's useful for top off. It's also useful for boss fights. Within reason, like you don't want to spend too much time trying to get it for a boss fight, because if you're trying to like top your armor off and stuff like that, you'll just end up taking more damage. All of the bosses have attacks that it's not guaranteed damage. There's a secret here, by the way, so you want to make sure you grab that. You probably won't need any Praetor suit upgrades at this point, but it's nice to have. But what I was saying is, I found that I did the worst against bosses when I tried to get cute and top off my armor.
You activated the hell wave from somewhere inside.
So just something to keep in mind.
I did hope she could rise above their influence. I was wrong. She proved to be weaker than I thought she'd be.
I think it's most useful in the Spider Mastermind, actually, and reasonably useful on the Cyber Demon. I didn't find it useful at all against the Hellguards. In fact, I had a really difficult time with Hellguards when I was trying to delay the fight more. The faster I tried to do the fight, and I think this goes for the Cyber Demon too, the faster I tried to get through it, the easier the Hellguards were. But if you try to get cute and you spend a lot of time, they'll start hitting you with stuff that you just can't dodge effectively, or at least I couldn't. And I'm just spending some time here trying to line up some kills. I'm not really sure what I'm trying to do here. You only get so many enemies, so whenever I see a clump of stuff, I always try to think, okay, what mastery do I still need? In this case, I didn't think I actually needed any. So believe it or not, this area here is not actually a secret. I don't think. It's totally skippable. But it's kind of like an Easter egg, just because you can see where the Cyber Demon was and all that kind of stuff. It's it's the build up to the Cyber Demon. Again, so far this isn't tough. There's really only been one arena fight, but you do need to be careful about those possessed security and the possessed soldiers. There is another fight at one point in this run that I get close to dying, and again, it's because of disco balls. Okay, this is a secret right here, very easy to miss. And this is how you get up into the room that otherwise you can't get to. And there's a rune in here. And I think is this, yeah, Rich Get Richer. And Rich Get Richer is actually a really good rune. I didn't use it in this playthrough, but it's one of the better runes in the game, in my opinion. I think I used Saving Throw towards the end. And if I were just playing a normal playthrough where I wasn't worried about dying, I would definitely sub out Saving Throw for Rich Get Richer. And also the wording on Rich Get Richer, it may get you to think that it doesn't work for the alt fire modes, but it does. So like micro missiles, if I remember correctly, micro missiles works. One of these rune challenges I die a lot on, and I got really sloppy on. And I don't remember if it was this one, because I'm doing okay on this one. But I usually do okay on this one until I'm dealing with the specters, and then I do a little bit less okay. I can't remember if this is... It was one of these that I just really ended up having to do over and over and over again. It was super annoying. It's going to be even more annoying. Oh! Yeah, maybe it's this one. That was such a sloppy death. I'm not going to edit any of this. And in fact, I'm not really that good with CapCut yet to know how to chop it up and do a bunch of pro editing with like the audio and stuff. So just skip it. I may at some point go back in and put little markers where you can skip ahead and stuff like that. So that anybody viewing this doesn't have to worry about it. But probably not. I'll probably just let whoever happens to watch this figure it out. Yeah, I think this is the one, though. I think this is the one that I just got a little sloppy on. It was that first death, and then, yeah. Just kept having to go. It sucks. It sucks trying to provide commentary to this, too, because it's so embarrassing. For what it's worth, I found this to be one of the hardest rune challenges, if not the hardest one. I'm not sure why that is. It's just, I don't know. You know, between the specters that just eat so many shots without dying, or the Hell Knights, I just end up having to replay this one a lot. I got surprised by something there. At this point, I was just like rolling my eyes with a little bit of, I don't know if I'd say humiliation is the right word, but like I didn't deserve to be doing this Ultra Nightmare run if I was going to be this bad at the game. But, you know, it's a challenge. It's a rune challenge, I mean. And you get unlimited tries. So I think that lends to a little bit of sloppiness. Plus, you know, it's within the rules, right? Like, you can't use any other guns. You can't use any other abilities. You really just got to bunny hop around and kill stuff with a rocket launcher. And I guess I'm just not that great at the rocket launcher. I mean, I'm good enough that I don't kill myself with it all the time. But I think maybe this is the one that I finally get it done. The specters are the real problem because they're just so wonky to get to hit. Okay, there we go. I don't know. I may edit that later on in post. Anyways, moving on. Again, it's just leveling, dungeon crawling, whatever you want to call it, content. There is another arena fight coming up here. But I don't know that... I would say this level is easy. And, I mean, it's not super hard. It's really not. But there are a couple of arena fights that are hard on this level before you fight the Cyber Demon. And so that prevents me from being able to say that it's easy. If it wasn't for, I'd say like 2 of the arena fights, and then there's one in particular that I'm thinking of. If it wasn't for that, it'd just be straight up, it's just an easy level. And I'm including both levels because there's a loading screen halfway between here. But, you know, I mean, at this point in the game, if you've made it this far on Ultra Nightmare, you've got the gameplay loop down. Like, you can do this. you're not going to struggle. Okay, so here's one of the other fights. And this one can actually be kind of tough. There's a lot of corners, and there's possessed security and possessed soldiers that are going to be around some of these little corners. So some people advise you to kind of pick an area and just stay in it. And I think this main room is a good place to be. You've got some areas to break line of sight that you can use as cover. You've got quad damage. When you go in like this, like I'm doing here, you're taking a risk because these possessed soldiers, you know, I don't remember if I mentioned this early on because this is, you know, a multi-hour long playthrough. But one of the things about possessed soldiers is they will lead you as you're coming around a blocked line of sight corner with the disco ball. And so you might not even know, you know, that they're there because there's, you know, just a bunch of stuff going on. You might just be running through the level and you turn a corner and they already had a bead on you through the wall because they wall hack, and just pop you in the face with the disco ball. And then followed it up with another one. And I mean, that'll kill pretty much anybody except full health, full armor. I forget how much it is, like 90 damage or something like that. Or 80. I can look it up later. But anyways, the point is, you got to be careful. And I was a little sloppy here. I mean, it's what happens when you get later on. You get a little cocky. You got all the guns. You got all the power-ups. You know, if you, as I was saying earlier, if you've gotten this far, you're good. I mean, really, I would say the only thing there's a couple of arena fights that are really hard. Vega's got a couple. There's a couple here. This one really isn't too bad. It's the last one in Lazarus that's pretty tough. There's a couple in the last level because they're just crazy. Like right before Spider Mastermind, they're just crazy. They're just throwing everything at you. But otherwise, it's really the bosses that are hard, which is kind of interesting, right? Because a lot of these types of games, when, you know, especially if you're going for 100%, all these unlocks and stuff, the bosses are easy. I don't think so in Doom 2016. The bosses are pretty fucking hard. I'm not going to edit out that F-bomb. We'll go with rated R rules, which is one F-bomb allowed before it's rated NC-17, I think, or something like that. Well, I think that's how it was back in the 90s. These days, I don't think it matters. Or maybe it's PG-13 gives you one out. I don't know. Great spot to get some BFG kills if you need them. And there is a secret. There's actually two secrets behind these little lore tapestries. And this fight's not very difficult. It does hit you with a lot of pinkies, though. So if you're sloppy or out of ammo or something like that for some reason, you can end up in a tough spot because of the 6 or 8 or however many pinkies it is that they throw at you through the course of it. And as you can see, I'm not full health, and I want to refill using the hologram, but you want to refill with the hologram when you're, you know, just facing a few enemies. You don't want to be in the middle of a wave or whatever. And of course, there's the mega health there that you can top off with. And then I think it's Doom Guy right up here. Yeah. I think I had to pause for a second. So you definitely want to get those two secrets there. I think it's only counted as one secret, but you know, just know that there's a mega health there, and you can also run to it if you get in trouble. And then you see a tombstone there. Somebody died there. The tombstones this late in the game tend to be from several years ago. It's really interesting. Such a cool mechanic. I think I mentioned it earlier on in the recording, but I found a really old tombstone of mine from like 2017 on one of the levels, which is kind of cool. But yeah, you'll see them from 2019, 2020, 2021. So there is a big fight in this room. We're not going to do... I mean, it's not time for the fight yet. We're going to grab the second Doom guy. And this room can be tough just because of like wonky line of sight. You don't really have many places you can go. This little mini game is one of the combat challenges. And then you've got an Argent cell right here to beef up your armor, I assume, because you probably have already done your ammo and your health. Sometimes I trade it off a little bit later on, where I'll do ammo and then I'll do armor, like if I was about to go into a fight and I needed armor. That's the one thing. There can be circumstances where you need the armor top off and you choose to go with armor as opposed to ammo. And I think that's perfectly acceptable. You know, it depends on the situation you're in. But for the most part, it's health, then ammo, then armor. I think I forgot to get something here. Like a pass key or an activation. Yeah, whoops.
Manual security activated. All terminals now accessible.
Got the little cutscene with the Crucible, and then shortly after this, there's going to be a lot of spawns. It's mostly just a lot of imps. And, you know, I mean, imps are still a threat. I think there's some Hell Knights, maybe some Mancubuses. I can't quite remember. It's been a little bit since I finished this playthrough. It's probably been about a month since I did this, maybe a month and a half. I've been taking my time doing the playthrough recording, or the voiceover. But anyways, you got some time to prepare. You picked up the Mega Health, so you're 200. It's not too bad, but, you know, again, use your hologram and keep moving. And you should be able to get this done without too much difficulty.
Using the tether system I uploaded to your suit, retrieving the Crucible is critical. Without it, we have no way of shutting down the well and closing the Hell portal here on Mars.
Demonic presence at unsafe level. Lockdown in effect.
The one risk on this fight is self-damage. You know, you've got a lot of imps. You've got Hell Knights that are going to get in your face. It's very easy to rocket detonate yourself and shotgun explosive shot detonate yourself. So it's something to be just cautious of. But as you can see, if you just run the ring, it's really not too bad, but it's a lot. I mean, I haven't counted it in this fight. I probably should have at some point. You know, to just check the stat for imps killed before this fight starts and after. But it's a lot. I would not be surprised if it's 100 enemies. It's probably something more like 50 to 70 or something like that. But it feels like 100. And I wouldn't be surprised if it was. It's got to be, you know, 6 to 10 Hell Knights and 40 imps? 30 imps? I don't know. I mean, I can't be that far off. But, you know, as long as you keep up with them, You're okay. Don't do any glory kills. This is not a fight or an area you want to be doing any glory kills. You're just exposed the whole time. And we're going to open. There's an armor pickup there. There's also a secret. One of the other secrets coming up here soon. And you know, now that we're getting through this, I don't remember if this is actually going to be a split level. I think maybe the previous level to this was the first part and this is the second part. I think we're going to fight the Cyber Demon. Or maybe I'm just, I don't know. You know what? It's been a while. Don't forget to grab the secret lever here. Anybody that watches this, you're probably going to do what I did. You're going to fast forward to the sections, and I'm going to try to add sections to that are relevant to you or fights that you're interested in. This is one of the lamest of the secrets, by the way. It's a really the secret levels. It's an iconic like set piece from the original Doom and Doom 2, but there's nothing there. It's just a letdown. So I was really disappointed by some of these secret lever levels or classic levels or whatever you want to call it later on in the playthrough. I think I was just trying to make sure that I grabbed all the secrets before moving on, because once you drop down here, I don't think you can get back up. There's a couple of possessed security up here, so just something to be aware of. It's not a high-threatening, high-stakes situation, but you don't want to be surprised. There's a pinky here. Very easy to kill. Took some unnecessary damage from an imp there, so I'm going to hang back to top off. Again, you know, equipment power up is so good, and Siphon is good for this.
Lazarus Wave at full charge, ready for activation.
His home will redirect the course of mankind.
You do want to be wary in this area. It's not quite an arena, but there are a bunch of spawns that come in, and it's possible to die. You know, when I was running through on practice runs, there were some, like a normal nightmare mode, not ultra nightmare, and I made sure that I could get through these levels without dying. And see that the disco balls there, nasty stuff. You know, you're trapped in a room and they just pop off so many of them. I think I died in this section on my regular nightmare run, just due to being sloppy. So again, it's not like a normal arena. It's just some stuff that spawns. You got to kill it. It's not too many enemies. There is a secret nearby too that we're gonna pick up. But you know, it's just. I just call it out for your awareness so you don't get surprised. And this is saving throw. You definitely don't want to miss this one, not on an Ultra Nightmare playthrough. I think Saving Throw is really good for the boss fights. It's really good for the Spider Mastermind in particular. So definitely don't miss this one. Yeah, that one's so much easier than the rocket launcher one. I don't know why. It just is. At least for me. Don't forget the BFG ammo. I think I might be maxed. One thing I did not do a good job of in this playthrough is min-maxing my BFG usage through memorization of BFG pickups. So there is one more fight coming up.
Demonic presence at
And now that we're going through this, I do remember that this is actually the second part. So in the beginning, when I said this is the first half, that was totally wrong. This is the second part. After this difficult arena fight, it's the Cyber Demon. This is an arena fight that I found myself in the sarcophagus because I was doing glory kills. So just be aware, there's several of them here. There's several of them that are closed. I like to play this right here, by the way, at least for the first half of this fight. And then I'll pop a BFG because I know there's a pickup. But this is a really long arena. This is there's probably 5 or I feel like there's like 5 or 6 significant long arena fights in the whole level, in the whole game. And I think this is one of them. Maybe I would do a +1 on that number if you count the first Gore Nest, because that's really long. And if you count the ventilation room on the 3rd level, maybe +1 again. But just thinking like late game, there are a few really long drawn out arena fights, and this is one of them. I mean, we did really good here, but there were other playthroughs I did that did not go this smoothly. And what I learned was to just kind of hang back and just kill everything rather than trying to platform too much, at least in the first half. Okay, we got all the secrets. So I'm going to double check my runes, make sure I've got good runes for the boss fight because we're doing the Cyber Demon.
You will need to rip out the Argent accumulator powering the Cyber Demon. Destabilizing the core will cause a rift that will send you back to hell. Once the Crucible is in your possession, we will pull you out.
I think for weapons, really you want to just use 3. The rocket launcher, the Gauss cannon, and the chain gun sometimes. So a couple of things to know about the Cyber Demon. You do not want to get hit by his charge beam. You need to jump at the last second. The rockets in the air, you need to be really careful. That will kill you. His normal attack here is just very easy to dodge. The charging into the wall, very easy to dodge. Definitely use a BFG shot to stun him and get some extra damage in. You know, again, he's really easy if you just go fast. But if you try to get cute and you take a long time and you don't use the BFG and you let him use all of his abilities, he can and will kill you. I think, yeah, I got nailed by the charge up shot there. That was kind of embarrassing, but fortunately it really didn't hurt that bad. So now we'll go into phase 2. I don't think he used the rockets in the air move. In the second phase, he adds a couple of abilities. The main one is the gymnastics phase, I guess you might call it. And that's pretty straightforward. It's jump, stand still, and then jump. Problem is, he'll do that in combination with other abilities sometimes. Not when he puts the walls around you. This part's kind of easy. He just, just like that. Jump, stand still, jump. No problem there. But sometimes he does that without raising the walls, and then also does that while he's doing other stuff. And you want to make sure you use all your BFG ammo here, because I have died on Ultra Nightmare in this phase. And I had saving throw, but I don't know, it was weird. Saving throw triggered, and I had him almost dead, but you go into slow-mo with saving throw, and I just got nailed. But as you can see here, this one went really well. I did practice this a lot, and you need to practice this as well. Make sure that you can do the fight. And the best way to do it on Nightmare mode is just so you don't have to keep replaying the level, is get close to where you're going to finish him, and then just let him kill you so you can respawn, and then do that so you got the first phase down, and then do it again for the second phase. And you'll see what I mean. I mean, that went really easy. That went really well. It made it seem easy. But it won't always be like that. You'll have runs on Cyber Demon and Spider Mastermind that are just very challenging. Anyways, Lazarus is done. Cyber Demon's dead. On to the next hell level. So Titan's Realm, the only thing notable about Titan's Realm on Ultra Nightmare is if you are going for a 100% playthrough, and the trick shot combat challenge is one of the trickiest in the game. It has to do with getting a lost soul to kill another lost soul. And the best way to do that is with a weird suicide charge on the very first Lost Soul pack that comes up after this little mini fight. But I failed to get it, as you'll see. And I managed to pick it up elsewhere in the level. But it's a very missable combat challenge. And if you're going to go for it, definitely practice it in a regular Nightmare run. Because once you get it down, you can get it on this first fight. Where they first show up here after the Cacodemons and the Mancubus, and you can get it really reliably. But I forget why I messed up. It might have been that their patrol path threw me off or something like that, because a lot of times they'll be close together and you just run up and you take some face damage. I was a little concerned about that, and I think I grabbed saving throw just to make sure that wouldn't end my run. But anyways. This first part's really straightforward. I don't think it needs much narration. And you can see somebody died there. Yeah, I think it was the positioning here that threw me off, and I've forgotten about the one to the left there, so I just ran up trying to trigger the suicide method and failed miserably. But I think I managed to get it a little later on using the same trick. So the first secret right there, drop down, use the skull switch to open up the Praetor suit upgrades there. And I think I actually might have had some dexterity Praetor suit upgrades left to work towards. I'd forgotten about that. Okay, right here, that Lost Soul pack right there, that's a great spot to get the combat challenge if you're going for it. which I think I actually got it there on accident. Something to do with the rocket launcher just triggered it if you saw that. So do not use this as an example of how to get it. I got it. It was done. We don't need to care about the methods. And there was another double pack next to each other. So you get a couple of opportunities. And again, I mean, do your research, practice it. But the standard method is to just run straight towards it. Just face hug it. And one of them will explode in the other one. I'm just taking my time here to refill using Siphon. So that's an upgrade bot secret that you don't need at this point in the game, but it's there. It pops up after you finish that little mini fight and kill the Mancubus. This is a small arena fight, but, you know, again, at this point in the game, it's not too challenging. So you're just going to cycle through your weapons and just kill everything. I did take some unnecessary damage, as you can see. Just playing a little sloppy. Again, definitely need to practice these levels on Nightmare because you do not want to die this far into something stupid. And I'm just trying to play it safe here because I'm down to 100 health and I don't have much armor. There's no specific reason that I didn't grab the power-up before the fight, other than just I didn't think to. The haste power-ups, I mean, they're good, but, you know, it's kind of whatever. The really nice thing is that they top your health off once you've got the power-up Praetor suit upgrades unlocked. So that would have been nice, but, I mean, it turned out okay. Trying to remember here where all the secrets are so I don't forget any, because a lot of these secrets in these later levels become missable as the levels lock you off from previous areas. So there's a pretty big fight here. That's why quad damage is available. It's not a hard fight. And so I tend to save it. There may be a Baron or two at the end of this. I can't quite remember. But, you know, with quad damage and you know, rocket launcher, Gauss cannon, you can pretty much take anything. And with the power-up upgrades, it just lasts for such a long time. You can play very aggressively like that with the Mancubuses, but you do need to be careful. one misstep or two and they'll hit you with a close range attack, which is pretty deadly. The Cyber Mancubuses leave the poison on the ground, which does a ton of damage. Their direct hits also do a ton of damage. But the AoE hits that both types of Mancubuses do, if you're too close to them, will end a run pretty quickly. So it's one of those, like, don't try this at home kind of moments. And there's the Baron. But at the same time, you know, if you've gotten this far, a lot of this stuff is really not a threat unless you just do something colossally stupid. I think I'm going for the other combat challenge here. I think there is a death from above combat challenge on the Barons here, and that's why I'm being a little cute instead of just killing him. You do need to be careful though. I mean, there's a lot of extra risk that's going to add to the run. Because, you know, I could have had these both dispatched quite a while ago. And I think I accidentally killed both here. Unless there's one still alive. I'm looking right now. That's what I'm doing. Because I think there's one still alive. But then the checkpoint triggers, so... I think I accidentally killed both, but I was going for something. So one of the Doom guys is right there. Shows up once you've cleared the fight here with the Barons. Easy to miss if you're not looking for it. This was some annoying bug that was happening where it was just scrolling my screen when I was trying to check the auto map. Just trying to make sure that I don't miss any secrets. Okay, so we're in the next area. Again, there's some more areas for you to get the Lost Soul trick shot. And then there's a little mini fight here with a bunch of, you know, regular zombies and stuff like that. It's a good place to finish up some weapon masteries. I had attempted to just go ahead and get the super shotgun mastery just, you know, because it's something to do, but I never completed it on this run. You really need to dedicate a lot of effort as soon as you get the super shotgun on level 4, and I didn't do that. There's the other Doom guy's secret, so we've got both. Get that much needed armor upgrade. So you do need to be careful right here. Believe it or not, I've seen people die. It's the crushing ceiling section, and you just got to wait for the opening to show up right here. So just don't panic, be ready for it, and you'll never die to it. The one thing that I do like about this level, though, is that it feels a bit more like a classic Doom level in a way. There's a couple of arena fights, but it doesn't have that over-engineered feeling that some of the later levels, particularly the last 2 levels, or, you know, like the entirety of Doom Eternal. So I enjoy that. But you know, it's an easy level. So the invuln's nice because you just, you know, get up here and do your thing. I did lose my armor to one of the shots there, unfortunately. That's okay. That was an accidental grenade there. I don't use the grenade anymore once you've got Siphon and Hollow Decoy. So you get the 2 pinkies after that first one there. But, you know, again, with Hollow, they're not difficult to kill. But you do just have to be careful because they hit hard. And in close quarters like this, sometimes you can think that you're going to dodge them, and then it'll be easy, and they'll just turn and hit you. So, always a threat. Okay, we're going to grab the last Argent cell here. Not the last, but the only Argent cell here. But we're going to get another armor upgrade, which is nice because it'll refill our armor. You just want to be prepared for that little drop right there. It's nothing scary, but just knowing that it's coming and knowing that this fight's coming after. So just a warning, you do need to be careful here. The fight itself is not difficult. However, other than just being careful of the Mancubus AoE damage from the Cyber Mancubus poison. But the thing that I'm trying to caution you about here, other than just, you know, the normal, you know, arena fight of some Mancubuses, is on one of my Nightmare runs, I did get killed by that Crushing Pillar. If you're not paying attention, it is very easy to just be doing your thing and just happen to be hopping around and run past there and get killed by it. It was embarrassing. I'm glad it was only on a regular Nightmare run and not Ultra Nightmare. But that's a bad way to go. So I'm just going to give a caution here. That fight is not difficult, but get nowhere near this thing while you're fighting. Just avoid the whole section, as you can see that I did. And I'm not seeing it now, but I'm pretty sure there's a secret lever, by the way. It's in the same room after the fight's over and after you hit the switch. But I'm not seeing it now, but I swear I saw. Yep, there it is. You see that? I don't hover over it because I'm just getting through the level. But if you pause, you'll see there is a tombstone marker right there from somebody that had their Ultra Nightmare run ended on that crushing pillar. And I gotta tell you, well, I was so close to it at this point. I can't say for sure that I would have just quit, but I definitely would have uninstalled in rage and then probably come back to the game like the next day if that was me. Again, these secret original Doom Classic map sections get pretty boring. I think there is, there's a mega health though, so at least you get something. But there's a couple of them that have nothing. I think the one in last level had nothing. So you grab the blue skull. And here is a fight. Now this one has some specters in it, so you just want to be aware of that. But they're not too challenging. Some more lost souls. It's really a pretty small fight. It's more of a surprise ambush fight. And you just want to make sure that you kill the lost souls at range, of course. They do a lot of damage. I did have one of my... I think I might have mentioned it back on level 6, Cottinger Sanctum. But I had a run ended due to the last souls that spawned after you're done fighting or in the middle of fighting the Barons. Not the last fight, but the second to the last fight. That sucked. I think it's the only time that there's an ambush of lost souls to that caliber in Doom 2016, because it's like a ring of, I think, 6 that spawn. And they're designed to kill you if you don't already know they're going to spawn, because you can't really react to them and dodge very easily. But I think that's the only time that happens in 2016. I don't remember any other levels, even later in the game, that have lost soul traps like that. There's just a few here or there. And they're a threat, but nothing too major. Okay. Yeah, that's the death from above kill. I forgot. I think you just need one. And I'm just going to cycle my runes out here. And we're almost done with the level. All in all, I think Titan's Realm, especially if you don't factor in trying to go for combat challenges, I think Titan's Realm, considering the power level that you're at, I mean, no, it's not the easiest level per se, you know, because there's harder fights, I guess. But considering the relative power level of your tools and options, it is not a difficult level. Pick up the mega health at the end here. It's going to be one more big fight, but you get Berserk, you grab your Glory Kill runes, and I think it's one of the most fun fights in the game. Anytime you get to pop the runes out with the power-up extension on your Praetor suit and go Berserk like this, yeah, you just start teleporting around the screen. It's kind of ridiculous. And it lasts so long too. Kill the summoners. Yeah, I mean, you pretty much trivialize this fight with Berserk in this way. There's this one last summoner that was playing hard to get, and then a Baron. I mean, yeah, what are you gonna do? And we still have power up left. I think that was the end of the fight, so I just swap everything back out. And that's the level. It's not too bad. Got all the secrets. Okay, so moving into the Necropolis, which it's a pretty good level. It's longer than you would think. And it is when I think the game starts to transition more to these kind of predictable arena fights with some platforming stuff and skirmishes in between. But, you know, it's not a hard level, so probably won't need a lot of commentary here. The one thing that does take a long time is that top challenge, killing the Mancubus with the pistol shot. And as you'll see, that's actually really difficult. And the best way to do it is to get the rune that increases the glory kill status duration, because the problem that you'll have is it takes too many pistol shots to kill the Mancubus before he comes out of the glory kill state and then gets the health refill that the demons get when they come out of glory kill. So I think you'll see me struggle with that a little bit in this playthrough. So again, I learned that the best way to deal with it is to use the extended glory kill duration. That seems to solve the problem. That seems to give you enough time to do the damage you need to do to kill it. Just a reminder, vacuum's really important for the boss fights, especially for the Hell Guardian. Or, yeah, is it Hell Guardian? Hell Knight? No, not Hell Knight. Hell Guardian. The Hell Guardian boss fight coming up after this level. It's easy if you know what you're doing and you just breeze through it. But of all the bosses that I practiced, that fight, I had to redo that fight like 15 times. I mean, it was crazy how much I had to keep doing that fight to get it down. And I'll talk about it more when we get to it. But you can't really play around. You just kind of have to get it done and go through it as fast as you can. And I practiced it a lot before I finally got to the point where I felt comfortable with it. Yeah, this is kind of what I consider the skirmish phase, where you get some stuff that spawns, but it's hasn't been any real arena fights yet. I just have to say though that I truly love the level design in this game. It's so varied. Like this level, it kind of reminds me of a Hexen level. If you guys ever played like Hexen 2 back in the 90s, probably not. It's probably before most of the people's time that might be like watching this. But anyways, it's very different. It's very closed doors for most of the levels, so it's got kind of a dungeon crawling feel to it, as opposed to a lot of the open air levels in the game. So it's just a testament. They really knocked it out of the park. And as you can see, I struggle a bit with how to deal with this, because I'm trying to just pump enough damage into him that I can kill him, but it just keeps going into staggered and keeps healing. And I think I put points into pistol too, so I don't think that was an issue. Yeah, you see, he just recovers so fast. So I think somewhere around here I finally had the thought, or I don't know, maybe I was stupid, maybe it took longer than that. But eventually I realized, hey, wait a minute, all I need to do is put the extended glory kill rune on, and that'll keep him in the stagger state longer and let me get the kill. And I don't remember the health difference between Cyber Mancubus and regular Mancubus. I may have been much better served, and or you doing so in the future. Doing this, yeah, okay. I finally figured it out. Oh, I need the extended glory kill rune. It took me long enough. Yeah, Dazed and Confused, which when upgraded is especially effective because it increases. I don't know how long it increases the time. I'm sure there's some math on that, but it increases it, and it just helps even more than just the naked rune. So that's nice. But it might be even easier to do this on the regular Mancubus. Okay. Okay, do we finally get him this time with the extended time? I think we do. Yeah, there we go. Finally. It is possible to do it without that rune. I've done it. I don't know what the magic combination is in terms of how to get it done, but I've done it. So there's an arena fight in here, but before I trigger that, I like to round up these guys to get the barrel kill. In my practice run playthroughs, it was very easy to get to a point in this level where there weren't enough barrel kill opportunities for the combat challenge. So you want to make sure that from the very beginning you're trying to get them. And you can get a bunch of them right here. But there was a playthrough that I did on regular Nightmare where I failed to get enough before running out of barrels and targets. So if you're going for that kind of run, make sure you get started early. Okay, so I think there's a kill 2 Cacodemons in one shot challenge here. So I'm using the charged up Gauss Cannon, and there you go. It's an easy one to get, especially with Hollow. As you can see, this is not a difficult arena here. I saved the haste until I kill the first few Cacodemons. I think there's some Spectres here, some more Mancubuses that are going to show up. I really enjoyed glory kills in this game. I do like that they became a more integral part of Doom Eternal, because the pacing of glory kills just fits so well with the game. You kill a bunch of stuff and then you stop every so often to get a glory kill. I don't know, it just feels right. But in Doom 2016, it's just too risky. And you know what I mean? Like, as you've noticed, I don't do them too often outside of Berserk further in. It gets a lot riskier to do it, and you're just better off killing stuff with guns. Isn't it wild seeing tombstone markers in some of these areas? Now, at this point, they're really old. And I've mentioned this earlier in this, 8-hour video or whatever it ends up being for this run. But a lot of them say killed by unnamed AI. And I don't know if that's some weird server thing. Here's the secret level, by the way. I don't think there's anything in this one. Yeah, I mean, there's a secret door, but, just a shotgun and like some baby health kits and stuff like that. But I will relate an experience that happened to me. In one of my runs, I had fallen to death because of the bug that makes you, that just like yeets you off the ledge. And I used just killing the app, like alt-tabbing out and killing the app. I used that to not die. You know what I mean? Like, it was just a clear bug, and I'm like, fuck that. I'm, sorry kids if anybody's watching, but I didn't want to have all my work thrown away because of a very clear bug. I wasn't in any danger. I wasn't about to die. The physics engine of the game just decided to throw me off a cliff because I jumped on level 5. Anyway, on that same playthrough, I got pretty far. I got to Lazarus Labs, and I had been using that to... So I had this whole issue where I didn't have the right mode setting. So like whenever I alt-tabbed out for whatever reason, I couldn't tab back in, and I'd have to kill the app. And then what would happen is it would just reload me at my last checkpoint. So I wasn't using this to avoid deaths. But anyway, it happened a bunch of times in the run, just for whatever reason. And I don't think I need to narrate this fight very much because it's pretty easy. You got quad damage available. You've got a lot of room to work with. Yeah, I mean, there's 4 Mancubuses that show up at one time, and there's some Hell Knights and Imps and some Cacodemons and stuff, but it's not a hard fight. I think all in all, this level is actually pretty easy. Anyways, back to what I was talking about. Something happened in Lazarus Labs when I reloaded at my checkpoint. And again, mind you, I wasn't dodging any deaths. In fact, the only deaths you can really use that to dodge are platforming, right? Because I think most of the time, if you're playing Doom 2016, you're not going to know that you're about to die. You're just going to die. And then at that point, you can't do it. It'll corrupt your save file or whatever. So anyway, long story short, I restarted at the beginning of Lazarus Labs, and then my character just started dying. And it was just like a health drain. It was really strange. I haven't dropped in the lava in a long time, so I don't remember exactly what happens when you do. But I had full health, full armor, and it was just zapped over the course of like 5 seconds, 3 seconds, something like that. And then I died. And I was like, okay, like, was that? And I still don't know what that was. I have no idea what caused it. My theory is that maybe if you alt-tab and kill the application too many times in Ultra Nightmare, that the game kills you. And like it thinks you're cheating to get through it or something like that, and it kills you. That's my working theory. I haven't tested it, so I don't know. But when I found the tombstone from that death at the very beginning of Lazarus Labs, it said killed by unnamed AI. So, long story short, I think maybe some of the unnamed AI deaths are because of people that were doing that, or it's just some sort of server desync thing where some of the people's tombstones are just so old that maybe some update wiped out, what it was that killed people or something like that. I don't know. I mean, I've seen really, really old ones where that's not the case. Anyway, this is one of the... I mean, this is not a hard fight, but it's one of the more challenging of the arenas in Necropolis just because of the Barons. And, I mean, Barons... Barons probably don't get many kills on people because they are so fearsome and big and scary and tend to come at the end of an arena that they are respected and killed and focused. But that said, Barons can and will kill you. They will mess you up. If you get hit by their green projectile, I don't remember what the damage number is. I'm sure somebody could look it up. I'm not going to look it up right now, but it's a lot. It's probably like 80 or 100 or something like that. And then there's a charged up one that probably hits for more. I'm just guessing. I have been hit by it before. I don't know if I've been killed by it before on Ultra Nightmare. I have been killed by Barons on runs where I was practicing. Anyway, so dropping down here takes us to the area right before the, not the Hell Knights, but it's like the final outdoor area that takes you out of the kind of dungeon section of Necropolis, and the rest of the map is outdoors like this. And there's a Doomguy secret there, by the way. I also saw somebody miss the jump, and there was a tombstone there in one of my earlier attempts. I didn't see it just then. But there's a transition. The rest of the level is not challenging. But there's a couple of fights that, you know, I mean, you just, you know, we'll get to and you need to be aware of. But, you know, again, you're in the home stretch here. And I could probably just let this recording run and not provide any commentary for long stretches here, and most likely nobody's ever even going to listen to this anyway. But I mean, what's the fun in that, right? I mean, if you're going to provide commentary, you got to provide commentary. You don't just go mute for, you know, 2 hours of the playthrough because the game gets a little more dialed in. But it is an interesting transition because the first part of the level is just nothing like this. So this fight right here, it's not hard, but there is a lot of shit, and you need to be prepared for that. You know, I was getting smacked by an imp there too. Didn't even realize it while I was chucking my siphon grenade. It's kind of fun watching the infighting happen. Of course, they don't actually hurt each other. It's really just for show. But there is a couple of times in this playthrough where you can see actual infighting happen. Which, if I remember correctly, the way that it works is a lesser demon has to hit a higher ranked demon, and then the higher ranked demon will get mad and turn to kill the lesser demon. I don't think it can work the other way. I believe lesser demons will ignore hits from higher ranked demons. There's a nice BFG ammo there. We're going to need that. You want to go into the Hell Guardian fight with max BFG ammo. So just be cautious. Don't burn through it all. So I think, you know, see that glory kill there? It's a cool glory kill. But I think the extended duration of glory kill animations on the higher tier demons is part of why glory kills start to get a little devalued. Like, I didn't count how many seconds that was, but the glory kill on the Revenants, it's pretty long. It's not fast. It's not like killing imps or zombies or whatever, where it's just like a punch dead, or punch kick or knee smash into the wall or whatever. Like, it's an extended sequence, which is cool. And, you know, you kind of want something a little more drawn out for some of these big guys, but at the same time, that introduces a lot of extra risk. So there is a cool Icon of Sin reference secret here for the second Doom guy coming up. Shooting the little... So if you played Doom 2, the Icon of Sin was like a wall boss like that shot these cubes out, and the cubes would land and spawn demons. It was kind of lame, actually. Like, the art was cool, but I remember thinking that for a boss fight, it was a really lame boss fight. That was just my personal opinion. And that triggers the Doom guy. Now, this fight, I may have undersold the Necropolis fight a little bit. This is actually a tough little section here. because you're going to be dealing with some Barons, and then you're also going to be dealing with Pinkies. And it's a close quarters area. You know, the Barons themselves, not too bad. The Mancubus here, I learned because I actually died on my Nightmare run. So what I do is I go in here, I deal with the Barons, kill that Mancubus, then come back out here, kill this Mancubus, and then if I remember correctly, the Pinkies and or Spec, okay, yeah, there they are. Then they show up. But they will spawn in and flank you. So you do need to be ready for this. This is a part in the game that's not challenging if you know it's coming. Like, this wasn't too bad at all, as you can see. But if you just play this raw and you don't practice these levels ahead of time on regular Nightmare, you're going to die in sections like this, especially if you haven't played through it in a long time. I mean, I hadn't played through this part of Doom 2016 in years and years. Because when I got through my first Nightmare playthrough ever, I love the Baron corpses up there, because it makes you wonder, like, what was badass enough to do that to some Barons. So there's the secret. So you didn't get a chance to see it, but shooting the icon of Sin up there on the wall, the little symbol shoots out a cube. The cube lands, turns into the Dim Guy secret, where we just picked it up. But anyways, what I was saying is that if you're sloppy and you don't practice, and it's been a long time like it had been for me, which had been many years, you are going to die on some of these fights. This is actually I wouldn't call it challenging, but I wouldn't call it easy here either. In fact, it's a good chainsaw spot, because you got two Barons. Make sure you have chainsaw ammo. You got two Barons, or was that three? Was this a third? I can't remember. And then you got multiple Mancubuses, and you don't have a lot of room to maneuver. So, or maneuver, rather, not manure. But that's it. So that's Necropolis. And then going through here, this is all the ammo and BFG refill before the Hell Guardian fight. Hell Guardian fight is tough. It's fun, but it's tough. It's 2 phases. You need to practice both phases. Don't try to get cute, because once the hell, like, if you try to get cute and just fight or prolong the fight, or try to top yourself off with Siphon Grenade, what's going to happen is right around halfway through the first phase, he's going to start doing attacks that you're not going to dodge. And he's got a particular attack that I have never reliably dodged. It does a ton of damage. A little bit later on, it's like a charge up leap attack that he just kept nailing me with, and I practiced it a lot. So my solution is just use the Gauss Cannon or the rocket launcher, wait for him to try to shoot you with the beam, where the light turns, I think, yellow, and right before he shoots you with it, you hit him and it puts him in a stun state. That's how you want to do this, because that's the way. Like, the other damage is not significant, but as you can see there, right here, yep, that's what you want. That puts him in a stun state, takes extra damage, then you just rotate between Gauss, rocket launcher, super shotgun if you're close, regular shotgun, grenade launcher. But as you can see, he's at half health already. So this is how you want to do this fight. And as you see here, it's very easy, right? If you try to get cute and prolong this, it won't be easy. And this attack right here, this whirl of fire, this is not hard. What's hard is some of these stomp, and this right here, this is not hard either. This is no problem. He does some charge up stomps that are hard. You also want vacuum, because a lot of this health that's laying around, it's actually a really significant amount of health. And so if and when you get hit in phase 2, vacuum will just pull all that in and top you off. And then they share health here in phase 2, so you don't need to focus on one. I mean, some people recommend focusing on just one. I don't. I just shoot whoever's most convenient. The point is, you just kill who you can. You know, BFG is great to use here, but you don't need to, like, go out of your way to only shoot one. Keep moving. Dodge what you can. When you get hit, if you got vacuum leveled up, ooh, see, that was yeah. So that was a direct hit. But Vacuum pulled in the health from the other phases, so we were okay. And then this guy's in stun state. He's already down, so we can finish him off. So again, this looks easy. But this was like 7, 8, 10 tries of phase 1. And then another 6 or so tries of phase 2. And the lesson is just go quick. Just pump damage in. Save your BFG for phase 2, in my opinion. I don't think you need it for phase 1. And just make it go fast, just like Cyber Demon. And as you can see, there's multiple tombstones here. I don't remember if I took a chance to go around and look at them. Yeah, I did. Look, 2024, Epstein. 2024. So those are all recent deaths. Another one from back in January 2024. This is all recorded around July. So you can see multiple deaths. So this is not a joke of a fight. You do need to practice. And these are people that didn't practice, or they didn't practice enough. But anyway, that's the Hellguards, and that's the end of Necropolis. So on to Vega. Vega needs to be practiced. Vega needs to be practiced on the same level that bosses need to be practiced. I would say Vega needs to be practiced more than any other level needs to be practiced. There are some pretty tough fights. The last monorail room fight, that's tough. If you don't practice that a few times, if you don't know what to expect, that's a tough fight. If you know what to expect, if you know what's coming when, then you know when to use some BFG shots, and it's not a difficult fight. But there are some major arenas with what I think the toughest fights in the game are, and that includes all the upgrades. If I were to rank, I would say the first Gore Nest is in the top 3, possibly number 1. Just due to how much chaos it is and how little room for error. We're going for all the secrets here, so I'm going to show you where the secrets are. And there's a good number of secrets in Vega. Not that we need them, but they're there. And that's the point of this run. That's the differentiator. But there are 3 significant arena fights. And we're going to talk through those. This first suit upgrade, you don't need, but it's there. It's easy to get. There is a combat challenge for imps, I believe, if I remember correctly. And so there's some platforming sections here that are flush with opportunities to get imps. So there's the first Doomguy secret. That one's really easy to get. You can also pick up a BFG ammo there too. So that's nice. Then you drop down here, and I think it's getting different glory kills on imps. I think that's the combat challenge. Yeah, variety. Yeah, that's right. So it's the variety glory kill, except for imps. Do yourself a favor. If you're going for this kind of run, if you're trying to complete everything for whatever reason, your own personal glory, do yourself a favor and get as many as you can right here. This is your best shot. It's really easy. It's just platforming, some imps drop in, whatever. Take the time. Slot in your glory kill duration rune if you need to, because that'll give you some extra time. Don't just explode them. Try to set them up for glory kills. And that means you got to take things into consideration, like not killing them while they're hanging off of a wall and stuff like that. So that's what I do here. I take my time. Yeah, and we'll talk about the upcoming arenas when we get to them. Again, they're significant, so you want to practice, especially the last fight. And, I got to the point with the last fight where I was able to pretty consistently get through it easily, I would say. But on my practice runs, I died a lot on the last fight because it throws a lot of stuff at you. And jumping around and doing your arena runs, it's very Doom Eternal. This level is the most Doom Eternal of all of the levels. So if you're really good at Doom Eternal and that combat flow, I think you're going to do really well here. Just keep in mind, you don't have the options. You know, Doom Eternal's got the Flame Belch and the Freeze and like all these different tools. So you're kind of cycling your health and you're cycling your ammo and all that stuff. It's not quite that way in Doom 2016. Anyways,
networks that terminate in this maintenance facility. Each
we're going to drop down here.
connected by an electrified field.
This is the first big arena. And it's going to trigger when you start smashing some of these things. And I believe a wave triggers for each one. It starts off easy. Not too many things show up. Now, one thing I'll say is the difficulty of these arenas. Yeah, the disco balls. Remember? Disco balls. Now, fun fact, something you might not notice, or maybe you do, but I didn't notice until I really thought, yeah, shot the BFG off there because there's a BFG ammo pickup and I was getting a little spooked. You see how close I got to death there? That was one of my closest deaths in this run. And, 27 health is... That's, just getting nicked by pretty much anything will kill you. So I'm pretty scared right here. I think my heart rate was pretty high. I didn't want to... I had already died at the Spider Mastermind before this run. Well, I take that back. I had died at the Spider Mastermind. And then in a rush trying to get back, died, I think, 3 more times on level 4, 5, and 7. Before I got back here. And I was ready to just finish the run. Now, fortunately, I found the invul and topped my health off and I was okay. But the disco balls are one of the biggest threats in this game, and they're very significant on this level, tying back to the previous point that I cut myself off on because I'm ADD. The security only show up on the Mars levels, which makes sense, right? That you only fight the possessed security and the regular like UAC zombies on the actual Mars levels as opposed to Hell. But it's just a little piece of trivia that may or may not be relevant. You do not fight any of those zombies on the Hell levels. And I'll be honest, I think that makes the Hell levels easier. There are areas in those Hell levels that if I had disco balls flying at me would be much more difficult. So I think they're very underrated as far as enemies because most of the time they're so easy. But on this level in particular, there's a bunch of fights. This is one of them. But there's a bunch of fights where they show up and present a lot of threat to you. What we saw just happen there, that was just kind of a fluke. I could have played that better. But one of the other arenas coming up, I think the second arena, has a fight where there's got to be like 20. I haven't counted them, but I would say around 20 possessed security. And so there's a lot of disco balls flying at me. So, I took my time to get Berserker, and I think I probably got it a little late. I could have gotten it sooner. But that's okay. It's always fun going on this rampage, and there was still plenty of stuff left to kill. Plenty of stuff. I think the big thing I wanted to save it for was that Cyber Mancubus right there, because it just really trivializes those guys. And then the couple of Hell Knights that show up. And I think that was it, or maybe there was just one other straggler hanging out. Sometimes there will be a straggler somewhere, and it'll just take a while for it to despawn on its own. But in this case, I think we're done. Anyways, so probably the closest, nastiest near death of the run was right there, where I got to 23, 27 health, whatever that was. And, honestly, I could have practiced this more and just gotten a better a better cycle, a better run through. You know what I mean? Like, if I'd played this level the amount of times that I played like level 3, and the depth of knowledge I had with how to fight the ventilation arena and those waves, then I'd definitely do a lot better here. So practice, practice, practice. I mean, as much as I'd probably practice this maybe 6 times total with all my runs. Because I would run through 2-3 times on Nightmare. And then I died in Spider Mastermind, and then I ran through this another couple times, and then this run. So I could have practiced more and just got that arena section down better. But you've got a little bit of I don't want to call it platforming because it's not really platforming, but like classic non-arena Doom here, with some spawns and some stuff you got to kill, some secrets coming up. There's some pinkies, some opportunities for combat challenges. You do need to be careful here. There's some security with the shields, and they can surprise you if you're not expecting them. What I can tell you is there really wasn't any point in this campaign that I wished that I had the heat blasts on the plasma rifle. The stun bomb is really the only thing that makes the plasma rifle good. Now the heat blast is good, and there's plenty of opportunities for it to be really good, especially with quad damage. But it means you have to charge it up by using the plasma rifle, and the plasma rifle sucks. So I know there's folks that do Ultra Nightmare runs with the heat wave, and that's totally cool. I'm sure I could do it as a challenge, but I think the stun bomb is just better. Okay, so we got the key card, and we're going to come up here and through here, and there's a couple secrets right through here. So there's going to be a Revenant that pops up, and we're just going to kill him. And then you've got your Argent cell right here. You've got your secret level lever right here, hidden behind this little crate. And then you've also got a Mega Health here. And then there's a Doomguy secret down here. So you really knock down, I feel like it's 3 secrets. I think the game probably only counts it as 2. Probably getting the Doomguy there, because I don't think the Mega Health counted as a secret. But the secret lever will be one of them, I believe. And it's kind of out of the way, and it's not really anything to write home about.
Temperatures exceeding 1.2 megakelvins, 173 times hotter than the surface of the sun.
Now the one thing about this level, this section right here, is this elevator has 2 possessed security. And something happened here. I think it was a little wonky. You can summon it before you get to this part. Basically, so we're on the bottom. You can summon it from above, and then you kill the possessed security. Summoning it from below works like this, and they died for some reason, like they got squished. And I'm not sure why, because if you're up top and you summon the elevator, they're inside the elevator itself. They're not below it or above it or something like that. So I don't know what happened there. I don't really care. It was just 2 security, and the game just decided that they were going to die. So no big deal. There's a BFG ammo. Definitely would pick that up. And I'm just running around to find the secret level. We unlocked the lever, but we've got to actually find the little entrance to get credit for it. I had forgotten to grab the Argent Sentinel Praetor suit upgrade there. So we'll go down here. I believe the secret room is right over here. Yeah, it's right here, and it's yeah, it's weak sauce. Probably one of the worst in the game. It's a shame the chain gun sucks so much in Doom 2016. I mean, it's okay with turret mode, I think. It's not the worst, and I do use it from time to time. But, I mean, compared to how iconic and awesome the chain gun was in, the original Doom, and, Doom 2, of course, which is really just Doom 1 and with some extra levels and some extra guns. It's a little shame. Because you see that powerful image of the little sprite, whatever you want to call it. So this is the second big arena, and it does trigger in phases based on killing the tubing, heating, cooling units, whatever you want to call it. They will die from stray rockets and stuff like that. So you can and will end up fighting more things by recklessly shooting. A BFG will trigger pretty much the whole room, so then you're fighting everything at once. This is a hard arena fight. You do need to practice this. I mean, what you're seeing is nothing yet. There's tons and tons of disco balls that are going to be flying at us. It's very hectic. There's cacodemons. I don't think there's any barons in this whole section that I remember. Barons aren't even really that scary. I mean, they're scary, but they're kind of not. You know what I mean? It's really just the sheer number of everything else that gets thrown at you. I do try to limit it. Yep, disco balls. Disco balls will mess you up. And they love to use them here. And I'm just trying to keep moving. Kill some stuff, keep moving. Kill some stuff, keep moving. I don't know that I'm playing at my best here, but I'm definitely in the zone in terms of I don't want another near death like the last arena. And I know how hard this room is because it goes on forever. And I think what's happened here is we probably accidentally destroyed a few of the objectives, because I think there's 5 total. And like I said, stray fire will destroy them, so then you keep getting more stuff spawned. But it would be even more chaotic if you triggered it all. Just keep that in mind. You really don't want to trigger it all. I don't think it's worth the risk. I think it's best to try to pace yourself and to just do what you can to not have friendly fire or demon attacks blow up the remaining until you're ready to take on the new spawns. I'm telling you guys, let this level in this playthrough be an example of just how deadly disco balls are. On the ranking threats, yeah, I was ready to kill that one. On the ranking threats tier list that I've seen, people rank the possessed soldiers really low as one of the lowest threats. I don't agree with that. I mean, from a target prioritization standpoint, it's tough to make. Yeah, I went ahead and just popped BFG there because there wasn't many of the coolant things left. But from a tier list standpoint and a target priority standpoint, I understand why people rank them so low, because there's just kind of so many of them and they're easy to kill, blah, blah, blah. But I would rather take out, okay, Cacodemons, Lost Souls, the standard top tier threats, Summoners, yeah, of course. But I would rather take out Possessed Soldiers before I worry about Imps. I would rather take them out before I worry about Hell Knights. For the most part, I would rather take them out, certainly Hellraisers, because Hellraisers aren't much of a threat. I'm not going to go through the whole list, but I think to say that I would kill Possessed Soldiers before Imps as a priority, I think that's kind of saying enough, right? I mean, everybody knows how deadly Imps can be, especially earlier on in the campaign. Yeah, I thought this was going to die. This guy was going to die a little sooner than he did, so I got a little cute. Oh, there is a Baron. Okay, my mistake. There's a Baron right here. Right at the end. But as you can see, this level this arena fight just keeps going. I mean, I don't know what the count is, but we just killed a Baron. We've killed who knows how many soldiers and imps. Cacodemons, Revenants, Mancubuses. We've got another Summoner here that we're trying to kill. I just got nailed by, I think that was a Lost Soul. I'm not 100% what got me there, but I think it was a Lost Soul. And, you know, I'm not daring to use the siphon grenade to top off here because there's the opportunity cost of a hologram. And a hologram could save you more than, you know, screwing around with screwing around with a siphon grenade could help you in, you know, certain cases. Yep, there's the other one. I got hit by both of them. It's something I definitely could have done better. I just didn't know where they were. Because this is a big arena with a lot of obstructions. I feel like this is harder than the monorail fight. The monorail fight, I think, at first seems harder, but if you've practiced the monorail fight a few times, there's kind of an order of operation. First of all, there's good power-ups. Second of all, there's really good BFG opportunities. And third, it's not as cluttered and full of obstruction as this fight is. There's so many line of sight breakers, which in some ways help you, but it also helps obscure the enemies who aimbot you, so to speak. You know, they lead you from behind cover. And that's what makes it so scary. Is you don't know they're there all the time. So, I mean, sometimes you might, but for the most part, you don't know they're there, but they do, and they're already leading you with a disco ball or whatever, or an imp fireball, or whatever the case may be. The last fight, when we get there, you know, it's really not too bad. You just practice it. Okay, got the data log. You don't want to forget that. And I think at this point I had forgotten, either I forgot a coolant vent to kill, or I was looking for something. I can't quite remember. No, I was just making sure everything was done. And so now we're going to move on to the monorail section.
For you to gain access to my core, the demonic threat must be removed from the room ahead.
So, the thing about the monorail fight is right here, just fire off the BFG. Because you're going to wipe the whole map. You're going to kill everything that's currently spawned. I go ahead and grab this haste power up so that I can just start killing the waves that start coming in. But you just trigger the BFG, and there's several more BFG ammo spawns here down in the lower section. You just have to be careful. You don't want to fall to your death. You know, be careful and kill those cacodemons. There's a lot of stuff spawning in. There's a Cyber Mancubus that spawned in that we're fighting right here. But again, use the BFG right at the beginning to clear the room, and then you can start taking this stuff with haste. And as you can see, you've got kind of like the room is a giant rectangle, right? A narrow rectangle with a length much, much longer than the width. So you've got better eyes on what's coming. This is why I think this fight, once you've practiced it, is not as bad. Now, if I remember correctly, I thought there was another power-up. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I got it mixed up. For some reason, I thought there was a quad damage here. But I do know there's plenty of BFG ammo. There's 2. And so you can, yeah, I go ahead and use one there. I don't want to deal with the Pinky and a Revenant and some other stuff. There's also a Summoner up. These guys can be a little hard to track down sometime once they start going because the room's so big. That's one downside to the super long rectangle room. Yeah, and I went ahead and just popped the second BF or the third BFG shot of that fight. Then you got a Baron that's going to come in. And the Summoner may still be active. I can't remember if we managed to kill her or not. They can be a little slippery because they'll teleport around while you're shooting stuff. The one thing you do have to keep in mind is ammo in this fight. You may run out of ammo and you may need to look for chainsaw targets. So you definitely want to be cycling through all your guns. You know, if you're just sticking to Gauss and Rocket Launcher, you're probably going to struggle here. you do want to switch to some other weapons to finish off kills. I do try to stay away from that lower level. If you notice that, that's very intentional. When I was doing my practice runs, bad things happened if I spent much time on the lower sections, because things would drop down and they would kill me when I wasn't expecting them, or they would surprise me, you know, point blank. Like, you don't want Mancubuses dropping down in front of you when you're not really ready. You want to fight those at like a medium distance, a long distance. But we're almost over, or we're almost through with the arena fight here. I believe that was the last couple of demons. Now we got an imp. It's just clean up here though, and then we can go around and pick up some power-ups. Pick up the other BFG ammo. And we just go ahead and use a cheap chainsaw, get some more ammo for most of our guns. There's another BFG ammo. So there's plenty of BFG ammo in this level. And you want to make sure and use it strategically, which, you know, you learn that by practicing it. Or, you know, watching videos like this. But I will say that I watched a couple of guides for how to get through a lot of Ultra Nightmare. RIP to the guy who died of the Baron. I watched guides, but by the time I was this far in, I felt confident, and I really wasn't watching guides as much, except, you know, like to find secrets. Your last secret of the level is going to be right here. So you're going to let this moving platform go, and then you're going to drop down right here. And you got an ammo crate, a Praetor suit, upgrade. I think the last one in the game. I think that's the last Praetor suit upgrade. And man, I mean, the shotgun, standard shotgun, was by far the weapon I got the most kills with. And that was because the grenade launcher is just so good. And I'm not even that good of a shot with it, but just point blank shots, grenade launcher, just so good. But this is the end of the level, so we're on to the last level, which I can't actually remember the name of the last level. That's funny. We'll see it here in a second. But as I'm recording this, I don't actually remember the name of the last level. I just know that it's just a bunch of arena fights that are pretty lengthy. Also, you need to practice them, because I don't think they're as challenging. Is as challenging, excuse me, as the first and second arena fights in this level. But they are challenging.
Thank you, Vega.
Okay, here we go. I had to do a little edit there because I just inadvertently left my PC on at the title screen for about 15 minutes. So I edited that out. But this is the final level, final stretch. Argent Diener, however that's pronounced. The Well. It's a pretty fun level. It's a good cap to the end of the game. And it's really when the game starts becoming Doom Eternal. So I think it was later in development because it's pretty much all arena. There is a section where I'm really struggling to climb back up to grab a secret that I missed, and I take a really long time to do it. So I don't think I'll edit it out because I don't know, that I feel like that makes it look like I'm trying to hide something, but maybe I'll put a skip in when I upload it on YouTube or something like that. But it's a secret that I forgot to grab before I missed, and I was like, no, I must be able to, like shimmy up the geometry of the map or something like that, because it was so important for me to make this a full 100% run. Of course, I didn't know at the time that I was going to be denied that by whatever the bug is that I encountered that didn't. Well, you guys can judge for yourselves. But there's 2 combat challenges. Well, I think there's 3 total, but one of them is getting all the secrets, I think, or getting the 3 skull keys or something like that. One of them is killing 2 barons at once, and one of them is the big redacted gun, which is just killing 25 targets with BFG shots. And that is one you got to be careful with, because if you are reckless with your BFG, then you won't have BFG ammo for the Spider Mastermind, and that can make or break your ability to kill the Spider Mastermind, and I'm serious about that. The BFG stuns her and allows you to do extra damage. If you don't have BFG shots for not just the damage but also the stun, you might not be able to kill her, because she gets a lot harder the further on she goes, right? It's a lot of the Doom 2016 bosses are kind of like traditional WoW, like MMO, World of Warcraft DPS races. They're not really designed for you to infinitely screw around with them. They're designed for you to know how to kill them and to get it done fast, because they're not bullet sponges. They take pretty good damage. You just got to know how to do it. So we'll talk about that as we fight her. But this is the first arena, and I'm not talking about it too much because it's not too hard. There's plenty of room. You've got power-ups to get through it. Anytime you got a berserk power-up that you can grab in the middle of an arena, it's usually not too hard. I say that with the exception, of course, of Vega, a couple of those arenas where we had access to berserk and it was still kind of tough just because, there's so much stuff and it's so long. But this one's not too hard. You're not going to struggle with this one. I'd rank it like in the top 20 hardest arenas because it's just not that hard. Coming up here is where you need to be careful because you can miss secrets. So this section right here, I believe I made the mistake of dropping down here, or I hit the switch and then forgot to go back. I forgot, but you'll see. And here I'm trying to make sure that I don't make that mistake again. But there's a section you can go down to and hit the switch, and then it's harder to get back up. And I think it was here. I think you're okay if you're here, but if you go down below this one, then you're in trouble. Yeah, I think that's what happened. So you're supposed to hit this skull switch and then go back up where we were. I made the mistake of dropping right here. And there is actually a way back up, but I spend like 10 minutes trying to find it. So I'm not going to try to do some kind of fast forward thing. I'm not even really sure how to do that in CapCut because I'm not very good at editing. But I might just put a skip or something like that. But it might be relevant to anybody that runs into that same spot. I don't know, maybe I could put something in the search term so if somebody ever runs into that exact same scenario, they can learn what the spot is that you can go back. So it's not technically it's a missable secret, but it's not totally missable as of yet. We would have to go further. Right here is when I realize, uh-oh. I'm like, wait a second. I don't think I was supposed to go here yet. And I'm like, yep, whoops, forgot some secrets. The realization is starting to set in. You know, I mean, I laugh now, but it was so important to me for this to be a 100% run. And up to this point, it was 100%. I didn't miss any combat challenges. I went out of my way to get them. And I think some of these pauses here, by the way, is me Googling on my other monitor how to go back on some of these secrets. Like, wait a minute, where's that secret at? How do I go back and get it? And I did read confirmation that you can get back up here. But here's the fatal error. This is not the way up. At least I've never been able to do it. Not here. There may be some perfect way to do it and to grab up that, but that's not how I got up. I mean, I spend a lot of time here trying to do it, but this is not how you get up. It's not over here at all. It's actually kind of a goofy spot over towards where we are here, but we'll see it in a moment. That's a red herring, by the way. I thought over here was maybe that little section where I kind of had the little bouncing or whatever you want to call it on the game geometry there, or the map geometry. I thought that was it. No, it's not it. But the good news is, once you know where the spot is, it's not hard at all to get. It's just we're not in the right spot, and there weren't any guides that actually tell you where the right spot is. This may be the only one that'll ever exist of anybody actually showing you on a video on YouTube of how to do it. At this point, I was just frustrated, and the guide that I read, I think it was a Steam guide on secrets that talks about what's missable and what's not missable and what point. It describes in text that you can get back up here through usage of a ledge and stuff like that. So naturally, I think it's this pillar right here that I keep trying and trying and trying, but it's not. So again, it takes me a little bit, and then I just kind of happen to stumble on it. I can tell you that I really wanted to force kill the game in hopes that it would restart me at a previous checkpoint. But I was recording, I didn't want to do that. Okay, starting to get a little warmer here. A little warmer to the magic spot. Colder, colder, colder. Very cold. Ice cold. A little warmer again. And I go back and check again. I'll have to. This will go into its own little section, and when the video gets uploaded, it should be a blooper reel. Here I'm like, really? Is there no guide? How do I get up here? But it was really close a second ago. It's right up here. I'm looking at it. It's right there. Getting warm, getting really warm. Yep, it's right over in this area. Or yep, right over here, right over here. And that's it. Found it. That's it. This whole time. That's all I was looking for this whole time. And then you come over here, and that's one of the secrets with a BFG ammo, which you do need, by the way. So then you continue on to a platforming section, which is not difficult at all. But you don't want to die, and you just saw we went past a tombstone marker. I mean, imagine being that guy that died there. You know, did you just get reckless? Now, I said this was easy. You do want to be aware of that lost soul spawn and the cockademon spawn right there, because I mean, if you're not careful, stuff like that can get you. But if you've already practiced the level once or twice, it doesn't really present much of a threat. Yeah, there's another close range cockademon right here. And then I think we're in the clear to go ahead and proceed. Pick up that armor upgrade. And we're going to take the high ground. And then drop around here. There's two ways here, but this way gets you the mega health. I don't think it's actually considered a secret, but I would always rather have a mega health than not. Okay, so another arena here. This one is reasonably challenging. It's going to start off with mostly imps. It's a long one, so you're going to want to take your time. I prefer to stay around here right at the start and not go too far deep until we've cleared some of those first targets. And then I'll kind of run the outskirts here. Right about here, when the Revenant spawns, is when you've got another wave. So there's a couple of Revenants. You got Hellraisers, but those are easy. There's the quad damage, but I like to hold it and just hang back here, kill the Revenant waves off first. And I do recommend using teleporters. The teleporters really mess with the AI when it's over long distances like this. So there'll be a bunch of stuff on you, and when you go to the teleporter and you're on the other end of the map entirely, they've really got to totally reorient themselves towards you. And so it definitely buys you some time. So I think I go for a BFG shot there just to get some kills towards the objective. There's some lost souls that show up here, which you do need to be aware of. But this is not where the double barons will show up. So you don't have the double baron kill opportunity yet. You get some pinkies that come up. I like to have the quad damage for those pinkies, which is one of the reasons why I sit on it so long in this fight. And I shot the other BFG just because I knew we were going to get BFG ammo. I thought there was more enemies at that time, so I thought we were going to complete the objective, but I was mistaken. So that was a bit of a reckless BFG shot. I had a couple in this level that weren't great. There is a secret right up here, and a bunch of these secrets are missable too, so you got to be careful. And I don't mean missable like you drop down to the spider demon where everything's missable. I mean when you do some of these keys for the final well to open up, there's some missable secrets. So for example, there's this door over here that opened up because we hit the skull switch. This whole section is missable. It's got the final secret lever for one, but there's a BFG ammo up here too. This is also one of the lamest of the secret levels. It's really lame. And I did go around trying to see if there were secret doors that I missed. I don't believe I missed any. I think just the last few really suck. But the important thing is the secret found right there and the BFG ammo. Okay, so second arena fight. Or actually the third, if you count the first at the beginning of the level. This one is more challenging. Definitely practice this one. There's a lot of stuff. And the layout is a little awkward, in my opinion. You get some Hell Knights at the start, which really kind of function as bullet sponges. But this is not the last of the fights. The last fight is where you've got the opportunity for the double barons. I think there might be one baron on this fight. I can't remember. It mostly starts out as just Hell Knights and some imps and stuff. Then you get some pinkies. And then later on, you're going to get a wave of some mancubuses. Okay, I think we've got some mancubuses, we've got a revenant, so I go ahead and pop the berserk here. Swap my runes out. And then this is where it gets really silly because you start teleporting everywhere. It actually gets a little scary sometimes because you'll get so wild in the way that you're just teleporting all over the screen. I mean, if you could see yourself from third person, Gloria Kills already teleport you. But when you've got the power-ups and the runes, it gets really silly. As you can see, though, there's a lot of strange... there's a lot of what you call animations, maybe? I'm not sure the way I would describe it, but the demons... There's a lot of positions the demons can be, as you can see, where you won't go into the glory kill animation, even with Berserk. You know, when they're transitioning in certain ways, I don't know, like as you can see, you just end up punching them. That's dangerous though, because that's really not what you want to be doing. You want to be going into the animation because you want the movement. So we ended up wasting a little bit of it, but that's okay. Using the Berserker a little later like that, so that at least you get some of the Cyber Mancubuses down with a Berserker power-up, at least one, because I think there's 3 or 4 that show up, that'll make it a lot easier. We're towards the end of the fight, so I started using some Siphon Grenade to just top off my armor. But as you can see, this fight goes on a long time. And I think that's what makes it challenging. You know, the first 2/3 of this arena fight aren't tough at all, and it's not overwhelming. So I think it kind of lulls you into a false sense of security. But these last several Mancubuses and their supporting demons take a while to kill. And as you can see, they're kind of dangerous. You know, I'm goofing around trying to top off my armor and health, but I don't know if I'm just doing a poor job of finishing them off and then moving on to next targets. I probably am. I mean, I'm not that great at this game. But finally here, I think we got to the last one, so now I've got the luxury of just kind of hanging back and topping off my armor. And then I recklessly took a shot there, so I've got to refill again. But, I mean, it's okay. It's okay. The important thing is to get that armor topped off. And to not take direct hits like that and have to restart the process. Okay, we're finally topped off and ready to move on. And there are some missable secrets here too. I believe one of the Doom guys is up here. I forgot about this Mancubus spawn. I think this was not active while we were messing around. Oh, and there's a Baron too. Yeah, that's right. Okay. So that spawn was blocking the others. The problem is it's only one Baron. So you don't have the opportunity to get your 2 Barons with one shot, which I think is this and the Lost Soul combat challenge, I think are the hardest combat challenges in the game to get. In theory, this one is easy. Here's one of the Doom guys, by the way, right under the staircase. In theory, the 2 Barons with one shot is easy because you're just using quad damage and a BFG, but as you can see here on the 3rd arena fight, something goes wrong, it doesn't trigger. Maybe we'll be able to pinpoint what went wrong when we review it. So we're moving towards the final arena. There is one more secret that I almost missed with another BFG round in it. And a Mega Health. Okay, here we go. This is the last arena fight. It's also the hardest. I would say, I mean, definitely top 10 hardest fights in the game. I don't know if I'd say top 5. Maybe top 5, but it's probably number 5 if it's top 5. But they do throw a lot of stuff at you. Hell Knights to start, some Pinkies. Pinkies always throw me off because they require either just really good practice with the remote detonation to hit them from behind, or you've got to stun them and kill them up close, or get them to collide with something, or whatever. But the Pinkies are really good at throwing off the standard way of dealing with enemies in this arena. And, you know, so far this looks pretty simple, but we haven't even really gotten into it yet. And you need to save the quad damage for the final 2 Barons. Well, I think actually there's 3 Barons at the end, if I remember correctly. But there's definitely 2, and that's what you're trying to get the combat challenge with. Yeah, it looks like that final imp was holding up the next waves. Okay, so you've got Cyber Mancubus, Mancubus. I think there's another Cyber Mancubus. A Revenant or 2 shows up as part of that wave. The Barons aren't here yet. So we're just trying to hang back, play safe. Don't want to use any BFG shots. Okay, there's one of our Barons, and I'm trying to round them up. That's the other thing. If you're going to kill in one shot, you need to round them up, right? So part of the challenge is you need to not get killed by them and get them close-ish together. Then you get your quad damage, then you BFG them, right? So you be the judge here. You be the judge. I grab it, launch it, get the BFG challenge. All the Barons are dead, of which we know for sure there was at least 2, but I believe there was 3. Everything's dead. The arena's done, and we didn't get the combat challenge. So this run was denied its entire goal, its entire differentiating factor, which was to be an Ultra Nightmare run with all secrets and all, you know, data logs and all that stuff. I was very disappointed and frustrated by this. My belief is that unless it counts like the different phases of the BFG shot as different shots, like the big detonation at the end versus the draining as the projectile's flying, I don't know. Maybe it counts that as different shots and that's what happened. Or maybe it just registered getting the, you know, get this many kills with a BFG, at this, because that triggered for certain, because you can see it pop up. Did that somehow interfere? I don't think so. I don't think the game works that way. I think the game is good at tracking your combat challenges and has no problem getting multiple in one shot like that. But anyway, I was a bit bummed there. And you want to grab that final bit, and here we go. So this is Spider Mastermind. You need to practice it. One of these skulls is mine. There's many others. You need to stay away. You can use the Gauss cannon to help push you back an extra amount. That's a great tip that I read, by the way, and it does work so that you can stay out of her melee range. You also need to be careful about when you BFG shot her, so you need to make sure that you actually hit her. Because in my practice runs, one of the common issues that I had is that I would fire the BFG and she would not go into stun mode. And I don't know what happened. I don't know if I wasn't hitting her properly, it somehow wasn't connecting, or if it was hitting her in the middle of an animation. I don't know. It's critical to hit her with the BFG to get the extra stun damage though. So I usually start off without using it, because in the first phase she's really easy. The laser's super easy. You just jump and then duck. You jump the first one, duck the second one. And just, make sure you keep your distance. This is something you're going to want to practice, because you don't want to use the BFG right from the beginning, in my opinion, because she's still pretty easy at that point. Again, she'll get up in your face and she'll use the melee swipe. Okay, so I went for the BFG there. I think I missed. I think I hit one of the pillars with it and not her, so she didn't go into the bonus damage stun mode. But right there she does. And that's what you want. That's what you're looking for. If you can reliably get that every time you use your BFG, then you're good. Then this fight's not, I wouldn't say it's easy, but it's not too bad. But if you miss it a lot, that's a different story. And as you can see, I had ammo problems here. I actually ran out of ammo. I ran out of rockets, I believe. And so here I'm just dumping micro missiles and waiting for something to give me an ammo refill. You definitely want vacuum, because you see all that health there? When I get smacked with something later on, all that health laying around is going to vacuum to me and keep me from dying. You can't really see it, but if you pause and look, there we go. That was a great BFG stun, by the way. Fantastic BFG stun. Because this is the phase where she's the most dangerous. Okay, we got another BFG shot, but see, she was in the middle of her laser animation, so it didn't trigger until it was done. And it didn't look like we were getting bonus damage there either. But at this point, I was feeling pretty confident. I had full health. There was still health lying around. You can destroy those cubes that she flings at you, but I was never good at doing it. I think the rocket is the gun that you use to do it, but I was never very good at doing it. And she'll kill you with it easy. But we got her. So the run's done. And I think at one point I show you the gold tombstone. What's interesting is that the game shows you, it's highlighted in gold, I guess, to show that you died an Ultra Nightmare on the last fight. It's really cool. But she'll stay in the stagger state forever. And there it is. That was me. Killed by World. No, I wasn't killed by World. I was killed by her chucking that cube at me. But that is Doom 2016 Ultra Nightmare.
You've won. It's over. You stopped the invasion and closed the portal. But it's come at a price. Argent, Vega, this entire operation. You see, I've watched you work. Come to understand your motivation. You think the only way is to kill them all. Leave nothing behind. And you may be right. But we can't just shut it all down. Without Argent energy, it will be worse. I don't expect you to agree. But with this, we can continue our work. I am not the villain in this story. I do what I do because there is no choice.
Rerouting tether coordinates complete.
Our time is up. I can't kill you, but I won't have you standing in our way. Until we see each other again.